Announcement. Thank you. I am requesting all cell phones and electronic devices be turned off in a mute position as not to disturb the meeting. Any member of the public also has a right to make an audio or video recording of an open session of a public meeting. A member of the public who wishes to record a meeting must first notify the chair and must comply with reasonable requirements regarding audio or video equipment established by the chair so as not to interfere with the meeting. The chair is required to inform other attendees of such recording at the beginning of the meeting. We will now call the July 12, 2011 Town of Wareham Board of Selectmen Sewer Commission meeting to order. May we have the roll call, please?
Yes, Mr. Chair. All 5 selectmen are present. Mrs. Winslow is absent at the moment. So we have Mr. Schneider, Mrs. Begley, Mr. Holmes, and Mr. Cruz, as well as the town administrator present.
Okay, we're going to dispense with the agenda for right now. We have a license and permit hearing at 7:15. A motion to open the hearing.
Make a motion that we open the public hearing.
Second.
Motion made and second. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, Cafe Solitaire. I probably pronounced it wrong, but go ahead. The floor is yours. You want to give us a brief? You don't want to? Okay. Mr. Clerk? Mr. Clerk?
Tell us about Cafe Soleil.
Cafe Soleil is going to...
You're going to have to speak up. You're competing against the window fans. You can't hear.
Yeah. Can you hear me now?
Okay.
Yeah.
More?
Yeah, good.
Now?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. We're going to be serving a very affordable, uniquely traditional menu in an casual, upscale atmosphere, which means fine dining without the attitude and without the cost.
Mm-hmm.
You're located on Main Street?
Yes,
it's
we are.
It's a great time to give a good publicity speech for your business.
Yes, we're right next to TD Bank on Main Street, 241.
The Chair.
You have the floor.
According to the hours of operation, you're going to be closed on it looks like Monday. Tuesdays you're closed.
Yes, we're retaining our day jobs, so we're working our schedule in order to keep the prices affordable. We're keeping our day jobs, and we're going to open around those hours.
And through you, Mr. Chairman, to Mr. Andrews, this license is one of the licenses from the jobs bill. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, through you to Selectman Holmes' question. This is, from what I understand, is a license that the town has recalled back that is not in the Wareham jobs bill, which is still located at a different location on Main Street and will be subject to recall working with our legislative delegation. So this is a surplus license that would be voted by the board, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you,
Andrews.
Mr. Andrews.
Through you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Andrews, which license was called back? Do you know?
Not sure through you, Mr. Chairman, not sure the exact address, but I know Shirley had worked with Leanne to identify the appropriate license for this location. At one time, this was the location until the individual who previously owned the site indicated that they were not interested in the Wareham Jobs Bill license and notified the town as such. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any other questions?
Yes. Hi, how are you?
Fine, thank you.
I saw your menu.
Oh, good. You could
They
read it.
They included it in our packet. It's totally awesome. So it'll be Wednesday through Friday, 4:30 to 8:30.
Yes,
Saturday, 11:30 to 8:30, and Sunday, 11:30 to 5 p.m.
correct.
Mr. Chair, to you and the board, let the record reflect that Mrs. Winslow is now present.
I don't think we heard you. Mr. Holmes? Speak up.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. Let the record reflect that Mrs. Winslow is now present.
So noted.
And I would make a motion that we approve a year-round common victual all beverage license under the provisions of Chapter 138 to Hunt LLC, doing business as Cafe Soleil, Lee and M. Hunt, manager, 241 Main Street, Wareham, Mass.
Second.
Okay. We need to go through the whole thing and then...
Oh, wait a second. Time out. You got to stop.
Right. Thank you.
Because we got to close the hearing first.
Okay.
Jumping the gun.
Go to the left. Mr. Snyder, do you have any questions?
Mrs. Hunt, I'd just like to say this is exactly the type of business we need back on Main Street, and I look forward to
Can't hear you.
sampling your menu.
Thank you very much.
And I do have one question for you. In wishing you success, I hope that going forward, your hours of operation, you'll be very successful enough that you can extend your hours of operation, possibly bring some additional
That's what we're
employees.
hoping. We're hoping volume will take over and we can give up our day jobs and we can focus completely on the restaurant.
That's great.
Mrs. Winslow?
I don't have any questions, but I wish you a lot of luck.
Thank you very much.
Okay, if there are there any questions from the audience? Speaking against or for it? Hearing none?
Make a
Mr.
motion to
Holmes?
close this portion of the hearing.
Second.
Motion made, seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? 5-0-0.
And at this time, I'd like to make a motion that we grant a year-round common victual all alcoholic beverage license under the provisions of Chapter 138 for the year 2011 to L.R. Hunt, LLC, doing business as Cafe Soleil, Lee and M. Hunt, manager, 241 Main Street, Wareham, Mass.
Second.
Motion made and second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? 5-0-0.
Thank you very much. Good luck.
One more question.
Okay.
When do you open?
As soon as we can.
Since we have you right there, we'll go right into the next one, Mr. Holmes, on B.
Okay, this is for same restaurant. For the common victuals, just the regular common victualers license to operate under the provisions of Chapter 140. The hearing is closed. I don't believe we need a public hearing for
No,
that.
no, we don't need one for that.
So
No.
I make a motion that we approve the application for a common victuals license for L.R. Hunt LLC, doing business as Cafe Soleil, Lee and M. Hunt, manager, 241 Main Street, under the provisions of Chapter 140 of the Massachusetts General Law for year 2011.
Second.
Motion made in second. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? 500.
Thank you
Thank
very
you very
much.
much.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Thank you very, very much.
Next, Mr. Chair, we have a request for use of town roads in the use of Lopes Field by the Wareham Police Department for their National Night Out celebration. Lieutenant? Okay, guys, if you wouldn't mind to talk to us about the event and of course, your request for the road closing.
Yes, on August 2nd, we're going to have our second annual National Night Out, and we're hoping the town participates with us.
This is our second annual National Night Out, so I'm here to inform and invite you again. We're going to be kicking it off with the emergency vehicle responder parade. This time it's going to be a little shortened. We're going to do it from the onset pier to Lopes Field, and that'll happen at 5:45. We'd like you all to participate if you're able. And another added piece to this year is the police department is going to be giving the Stephen J. Brown Courageous Youth Award, and I would request if Mr. Andrews is available and willing, if he would present that award to the gentleman receiving it this year. And again, we have a few more things lined up this year. The smokehouse didn't make it from Carver last year. It is going to be there this year. Also, the JAWS demonstration, the canine demonstration will be happening, but we'll also have the jumpy. There'll be a rock wall this year too. So we're looking forward to seeing you all there. And again, I hope you can join us for this event.
Mr. Chairman, if I could just briefly, this is a great program, and Joe, I give you all the credit in the world working with John and the entire public safety area. It was a great night last year. You've built upon that. It's a great way, wonderful way to get neighborhoods involved. I know Chief Stanley has been working very hard at that. And we had a great parade last year, superb participation with the Congressman Frank and Senator Pacheco and others. And so I just tip my hat to you, because it just seems that this happened last year so quickly, that all the planning that you've done, particularly to get youth involved in public safety programs and understanding how they can help us and work with us very closely on both the police side and the fire side, and the demonstrations were superb. So it's a great night out for families to have a lot of fun, but also to learn a lot. And I commend you for your hard work.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, through you.
Questions?
I don't have a question. I just actually have a statement as well. I attended the National Night Out event last summer. It was absolutely fantastic. I was privileged to attend a couple of meetings, your planning meetings, so I know how much effort goes into this. And I just want to commend everyone involved with this for, this is really what building community is. And you deserve a lot of credit, and I look forward to attending this year's event.
Mr. Winslow?
I also had a great time last year.
Terrific.
The only suggestion I have is that if you're going to do that parade again, let us walk. It's really hot in those vehicles with no AC.
Absolutely.
Ellen?
I attended last year as well, and it was absolutely fantastic, and it was really well attended for the first year, so I'm really hoping that we have even more people. And we kind of discussed this some weeks ago. How many hot dogs did you go through last year?
Well, actually, I think they brought 1,500, and the Wareham Lodge of Elks is committed to 1,200. So if anybody's got some extra hot dogs, I'm sure they'll go. And just one other side note: we had Sound Tower play live music last year. This year we're having Fun 107 is going to come and DJ the event, and we'll have that music throughout for the night. And the Wareham Police Department has a very limited supply of children's car seats available. They're going to be available first come, first served, because it is a limited amount, but anybody that's bought a car seat recently will recognize that there's a great opportunity if you're in need of one. Come on down.
There was also a number of children that, for the Child ID fingerprinting program, that went very well last year, so I would encourage anyone to bring their children in. It's an awesome opportunity.
I think, Mrs. Begley, if I refrain from eating hot dogs that night, he'll have plenty being minus 300.
There we go. We'll keep an eye on you.
Being the queen of couponing, I can definitely come up with some hot dogs for little to nothing.
All right.
Yeah.
There we
Great.
go.
Mr. Chair, I'd make a motion that we grant the request for use of town roads in the use of Lopes Field by the Wareham Police Department for their National Night Out celebration to be held August 2nd from 6 p.m. till 10 p.m.
Second.
Motion made and second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? 500.
Thank you all.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Good
you.
luck.
You gave some good demonstrations too. You all need to go because you'll be impressed.
Thank you. There'll be some nice surprises this year. You'll enjoy it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, next up we have the request of use for town roads in the band shell on September 11th. Care Rudy Santos on the in the Remembrance Committee. Rudy, thank you. Come on up. If you wouldn't mind just introducing yourself and giving us a description of your event, please.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, Town Administrator, Chairpersons. I sent some paperwork to you to take a look at the beginning of what will be the 10th anniversary of 9/11. On the first 2 weeks after 9/11, we did a memorial in Onset with Winter and the fire department, the police department. We must have had at least 200 people there with very little notice. This year, we really want to extend it and have more people. We're looking for anyone who was a veteran of the Afghan-Iraq war to come forth, and we will recognize them. We will recognize the first responders and make Onset proud.
Mr. Chairman, through you, if I could, just briefly,
Yes, Mr. Sanders.
just to recognize, I met with Rudy and his committee. This is a superior planning event, and it has, I think, all the ingredients for the right reasons to obviously take a step back and to recognize what happened on 9/11, and to also bring a great level of awareness as to what the committee is looking to do, which I believe is very positive for the community, and I fully endorse it, and I'm going to help the committee do whatever they can do from the town administrator standpoint, and I thank you, Rudy, for your hard work.
May I just say that Onset Fire Department, the Police Department, the Harbor Master, Winter, who is on the what are you titled? The Prudential Committee in Onset will be helping us out. And we would like to see all of you there that evening. It will be a wonderful evening to celebrate what happened in 9/11. Also, my dear friend.
Any other questions from the board?
Just to clarify, Mr. Chair, this day of remembrance is Sunday evening, September 11th, from 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. And this will be a procession, or is that right? Mm-hmm. So this would go from Dudley Brown down to Onset Banshell. I was there after, it was 2 weeks after, and it was at least 200 people there.
At least.
And it was a candlelight vigil, and we had EMTs there, the fire department was there, the police department. There were a number of people in Onset. There were a number of people in Onset and in Wareham that lost loved ones on those planes.
Mr. Holmes?
I did.
Mr. Snyder?
I would just, I'd like to thank you for remembering and doing this for the community. I think it's very important.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Winslow?
I just want to commend the three of you for seeing a need and organizing something like this. When we think about 9/11, I think we often see the visions of those planes and the resulting tragedy and the thousands of lives lost. But really, what 9/11 is a symbol of courage. People ran into those buildings to save lives because they were courageous, and I think that this event focuses on the courage and the inspiration that those folks that gave their lives are. So I hope it goes well for you.
I know it's going to go off well.
Yeah.
We know that it's going to.
Well, with Winner,
I don't mean to.
yeah, with Winner and Sandra on,
Yes,
and you
that's
too,
right.
but
But we definitely want to honor our first responders.
I want to thank you very much for taking this on. And it's like the old saying, least not we forget. And we need not to forget. We have a lot of veterans in both wars, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
At this time, Mr. Clerk.
I make a motion to grant the request for use of town roads and the use of the band shell, onset band shell by the 9/11/2001 Remembrance Committee, care Rudy Santos, 53 Main Street in Wareham, for their 9/11/2001 remembrance. The parade will begin at Dudley Square through Onset Pier and end at the band shell on Sunday, September 11th, 2011, from 6 p.m. till 9 p.m.
second.
Motion made and second. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? 500. Thank you very much.
Thanks. Thank you.
God bless you.
Now we go back to the top of the agenda. Thanks for. Hey, no. Are there any announcements, Mr. Clerk?
Well, I did have an announcement on the National Night Out, but since we've done that, it's on August 2nd down at the Lopes Field. Also a weekly reminder that on Wednesday evening in Onset, we have the Summer of Love Tour. And on Thursday evening, we have the movie night out for kids. I did want to comment on their announcements, though, that I did swing by last week to that event for that little girl, and it was just tears at my strings with little kids that are sick. But the outpouring of people from Wareham really displayed what this community is all about when there's somebody in need. So I did want to thank everybody. I don't know the family personally, but based on the large numbers of people that showed up, the family was very grateful.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Can I just add to what Mr. Holmes said? I was also there, and it was packed inside and outside. There was barely any room to sit, but I did have the opportunity to meet Haley's mom and talk with her briefly. And she could clearly see the support that she had from the community, and I, of course, expressed our support for the family and what they're going through. So it was wonderful, and there will be future events planned for the family, so I'll make sure Mr. Holmes gets them.
Proclamation.
It's for today. Oh. Well, I do have another announcement. It's I don't have another announcement. At this time, Mr. Chair, because we had to skip on the agenda to do the licensing, it's now time for citizens. Well, let me ask the other board members. Anybody else have any announcements before we move on? Then at this time, we'd entertain citizens' participation.
Anybody for citizen participation? One in front, Larry? No, there's a couple. Larry, you're first.
Good evening. Larry Gaines from Friends of Wareham's Elderly. We just finished up a wonderful event here in town, as we all know. Is this coming out? Because I want people to hear me, especially at home. It was a real nice event with the Swan Festival. It was joyous. People were helping each other. I was lucky enough to have Mark and to have Alan Slavin put my tent up for me. We had a bunch of people volunteer to help the Friends of Wareham's elderly grow. And that's been a first for us. We're in the time frame on the refrigerator and the freezer combination. About 80% of the project is ready to go. Got a few details we're working out. And 4 or 5 years ago, I did come up here with 2 empty bags, and I requested food for our pantry. And tonight I have a more fun thing to do. We had a contest. We were lucky enough to have donated to the Friends for our event a weekend at the Radisson in Plymouth on the bay with 2 breakfasts for 2 people. And we sold raffle tickets for it. And we also have a second prize that was a $25.99 restaurant gift certificate. And I've requested Mark if he would draw the winners tonight. So, may I do that?
This will be a first for us. Step forward.
First for me, too.
Mr. Chairman, why don't you draw from it?
No. Go ahead, you have the honors.
Mr. Chairman, through you to the listening audience and audience here tonight, Eileen Haley, I won't give out the phone number, but ticket number ticket number 764, Eileen Haley is the winner. One more. Oh, one more?
One more is for the second prize, which is the $25 gift certificate.
$25 gift certificate through you, Mr. Chairman, to a Carol Coffee. Carol Coffee, number 334, Carol Coffee. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
And thank you for making a versatile board up here. Thank you.
Thank you, Larry.
We're going to go the second person behind Larry.
Good evening. My name is Paul Deloria. I'm from 2211th Street in Onset. I guess I'm here advocating for the people who live around East Boulevard and the East Boulevard Beach. Some of the pictures which I am passing around to the board were taken last year. Some of the pictures were taken this year. There's not too much difference other than the erosion around the drain pit is getting a little bit more severe than it was last year. Last year we came before the board, I believe, on July 15th. Our concerns were about the new drainage project that took place over in the Mobile Trailer Park home. I believe it was to relieve as much as possible the water collection. I'm not sure exactly. I'm not a civil engineer, but whatever was done really wasn't done appropriately. They put that big dry well in just the other side of the boulevard on the beach side, and last year we came and we asked that there be some kind of protection there so people would not fall in. This year it has gotten about 1.5 feet deeper, and there has been no protection to protect people from falling in. The drainage has gotten worse. It used to be the drainage was going out of the drain pipe into the bay. Now it still goes out into the bay, and I don't know why the pipe was ever put there because it's directly in the swimming area. It was supposed to go out on a 45-degree angle between the boating area and the swimming area. The board last year said that they might think about correcting that situation. It hasn't been corrected. You can't even walk down there. There are gullies in the beach area anywhere between a foot and a half deep. It's a situation I think you can only appreciate if you go over and look at it at low tide. The rocks on the right-hand side as you look down towards the bridge, they've been forever, and it would be nice if we could get some kind of a cleanup over there and some kind of we were told that it would be taken care of last year. This year it hasn't been taken care of, and the situation is much worse. I had an appointment with Mr. Andrews, but he got lost somewhere in Onset, and we finally got together, and I have an appointment with him on Thursday afternoon. But I think, as you say, some of you have visited over in Onset to the VFW and into these various things. It would be nice if you would drive over around 22 or East Boulevard and look down at the beach at low tide, and hopefully you can conceive about doing something for us. For many, many years we've been trying to get that as a beach, and finally it has been recognized as a beach about 2 or 3 years ago. Unfortunately, it seems so that our beach has been forsaken for every other beach in town. So I know you have a big agenda. That's my concern here, and like I say, I guess the only reason there are not more people from the area is because I was just over at the town hall noticing that the meeting was tonight. So I appreciate anything that you can do. Not only I, but anyone in the area. I had my great-grandson down there the other day, and unfortunately it was relatively low tide, and by the drain, and by the way, not only water is coming out of the drain, I don't know what else is, but it creates such a slime on the bottom of the bay that I couldn't even get him out of there, and I was slipping and sliding, and thank goodness we didn't fall in. He might have saved me anyway, but thank you very much. If you want to keep those pictures and give them to Mr. Andrews, so that'll take that off my shoulders. Any questions that you might have?
Yes, Mr. Andrews.
Mr. Chair?
That
Mr.
well,
Chairman,
dry
I
pit
will,
is excuse me.
I'm sorry. I think it had a matter to do with the tide shift when I talked with you last week about the site visit. I will bring Mr. Gifford out to the site, and now that I have the pictures, it's pretty clear as to what the issue is. Happy to connect with you, and I know you had to run some errands that morning, but we'll catch up to you tomorrow, Thursday afternoon.
Are you Mr. Gifford?
No, I'll bring Mr.
No,
Gifford
I'm
with me.
sorry. Okay,
No.
thank you.
Okay.
I had invited him for a cup of coffee, but he never showed, and I don't blame him because I make very lousy coffee.
Mr. Chair?
Mrs. Winslow?
When we saw the pictures for the first time last year, I thought that there was some discussion about having Mr. Gifford go back to the contractor who had done the work. Does that ring a bell to anybody?
I don't know, we'll just have to take a look at it Thursday, and Thursday's usually my day when I do take tours of the town with
I would appreciate that
Andrews.
very
Yeah,
much,
I
sir.
mean, I'll
I
definitely be
really
by
would.
there and take a look at it.
It was never an illustrious beach like the front beach, but it was always a very good swimming area for the people who live by the back bay. Especially me, I just walk down maybe 100 yards and I'm in the water, which is almost every day. But thank you. That was mentioned, going back to the contractor, but I'm not sure if he's out of business or gone or flew the coop or whatever happened.
Well, that was going to be the second half of my question, was if what happened after that, and maybe Mr. Gifford could give us a report through Mr. Andrews, and the contractor would have had a performance bond or some type of something when they contracted with the town, would they not have? And if it wasn't done appropriately, I mean, obviously the more time that goes by, the less likely we're going to be able to recoup any money. But it would seem to me that putting a pipe into a bay like that, discharging whatever it's discharging, wouldn't, it's certainly not helping keep the water clean.
Thank you very much, Mr. Snyder.
Sir, I just, if I may, I'd just like to know, was it the beginning of the summer or the end of the summer last year that you came before?
July 15th.
July
I have the
15th.
exact date here.
Thank you very much.
It was actually almost a year ago
Yes,
to the day.
exactly. And I wouldn't have been here this evening, except, as I said, I was harassing the people over in the offices in the town hall today.
Yeah.
But
Thank you for coming. I remember the conversation.
I thank you for that. I thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you very much.
You know, I seem to recall something about a fence or some kind of a protection on that area where the rocks are. It looks like a sump drain or something there. I don't know. With the big rocks and the grass on either side, and it does swoop down there. And I do remember something about there was supposed to be some protection there. Because at night, if you're not paying attention, you could walk right into that thing.
Right. If my memory serves me correctly, and it may not because I'm getting older every day, but I thought that Mr. Gifford was going to meet with or talk to the contractor who did the original work, and they were going to go out there and make recommendations. Is that your memory of that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, but
So
it never materialized.
Right.
So I'm wondering, Mr. Chair, if it's possible for us to ensure that that takes place and that this issue gets addressed. It's a safety issue, as Mr. Holmes mentioned. I mean, somebody could hurt themselves. We certainly don't want somebody getting into a bay if they can't have sure footing and slipping.
But I think we just addressed it. Mr. Andrews is going to take a look at it Thursday, and I'll make sure that I'm with the two of them when we do take a look, and we can check the contract and see what inspires after that.
I would like to be there if you have a approximate time, perhaps.
Yeah, we give Mr. Andrews your phone number, and we'll
Okay,
call you.
he has
It'll
it
be
already.
sometime.
He
Okay, it'll
has
be
it.
sometime afternoon.
Thank you.
Okay.
I thank the board for the time and the consideration.
I'm leaving one other selectman out. I haven't missed out. Okay, I think she's satisfied. Thank you. I think we had one person on the right-hand side. Oh, we had. Oh, I think we had. State your name and address.
My name's Dave Willis, 13 on Hannah's Lane, Onset. I'm here to follow up on a request to be placed on the Selectmen's agenda that I filed on June 28th. At that time, I was told I'd get a response from you, sir, Walter Cruz, and to date I haven't. So I'm here to formally ask for a request to be placed on the Selectmen's agenda
Mr.
as soon
Chair.
as possible for July 26th. It was my hopeful date, but if we can make it after that, it would give me a little more time for preparation. But Mr. Andrews is aware of my cause. It's an anti-litter campaign for the towns of Onset, Wareham, and I've been doing a 10-year study, photojournalist study of the litter and trash in this community. And I would like to show you and the town a slideshow presentation that documents how real and how tragic this problem is. And so I've put together a 5-minute slideshow presentation to show you how real and tragic this problem is. Then I'd like to open it to a short discussion, and then I've got another short 5-minute slideshow which offers positive solution options to our problems. That, to me, would just be the beginning of a conversation that needs to start, and Onset Wareham's first ever Clean Streets, Parks and Beaches Committee. And I would love to be a part of that committee. On that committee, I'd like to invite Chief Stanley. I'd like to invite the Board of Health, Bob Ethier. I'd like to invite Mark Gifford. And I'd like to invite Dave Pichette. I don't think those are all key players in this committee. So that's why I'm here tonight, to follow up on a request that I haven't heard anything about. But I did hear from Mr. Andrews' office, or Board of Selectmen, and I was invited to the leadership team last week, which I hope to continue to be a part of, to stay in touch with all the department heads, which is very vital to this cause. So not only do I want to be part of the Clean Streets, Parks, and Beaches Committee, which I think is a great name, but I would like to maintain contact with the team leadership so that I'm involved with the police chief and the, like I said, the Board of Health, Conservation, and Maintenance, which together, along with the volunteers in this anti-litter campaign, will produce long-term results to our trash litter problem to make positive changes for generations, so that when we're all gone, it's still going to continue to have a positive impact on our community. Because I feel as though this trash litter problem, outside of crime, is really one of the biggest tragedies this community has to deal with. We can go to other communities as close as Buzzards Bay, as close as Marion, and I know we have a population difference and a different dynamic, demographic, and so forth, but everybody knows we have a trash and litter issue in town. And it's not about pointing the finger at municipal maintenance for their inability to do a job that they can't possibly keep up with. That's not what we're here. I'm here to invite those key department heads to a committee so that we can come up with real resolution. And I'm bringing it to this forum because it needs to make law, it needs to make bylaw, it needs to make policy that's positive, that we can maintain so that when we're all gone, so that when my volunteer efforts stop, or when Dick Wheeler's volunteer efforts stop, or when Rita LeBoulier's volunteer efforts stop, when we're not here anymore, there's something in place for us to move on. And I don't feel now that we have that. And whether it's inability to have money to have maintenance men, or the covers for the barrels, then part of this new committee would involve research where we can find the money. Grant money for solar-powered trash compactors and recycle stations in lieu of uncovered barrels. Less barrels instead of more. Lean towards a pack-it-in, pack-it-out type of a policy, which then would lean towards enforcement. You remove barrels, now you have to enforce litter as a crime. And I know that sounds foolish, but if and when you invite me to be part of this agenda and move forward, you will share the impact of this slideshow and hopefully be humbled to the point where we move in that positive direction.
I want to thank you for your 10 years of maintaining records. It would be nice with all your videos if we could find out who's dumping the trash where. But anyway, I think you made the first great step by getting up with the leadership team.
Absolutely.
Because all your key players right now are on that leadership team, and they have meetings, I think it's every Wednesday.
Tomorrow.
And, you know, that would be the best way to go. And I think you made the first step, and Mr. Andrews is helping you out. And I think we can get all the information we need, and we can make a presentation. But you know,
But
we
my
have
goal is-
we have limitations on time, so
Right. I'm asking for 30 minutes of the board's time at the next selectmen's meeting. Not
well,
today.
okay. We have to look at the agenda and make sure that we get you on, and it'll probably be later in the day, in the meeting. Okay. Thank you very much,
As
and
long as
appreciate
I'm heard, I believe that what I have needs to be seen in this forum, so
Okay.
that we can move it to the next one.
we will put you on, and we'll have a spot for you. Thank you very much.
On July 26th, should I
I
wait
will,
to hear?
we will put you on. I'm not giving a date yet. I'm going to look
Okay.
at the agenda,
All right.
but you will get on. Thank you very much.
All right.
And continue going to the meetings that you are going to, because all the
Absolutely.
key players are right there.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, can I just make a comment?
Sure.
There, in addition to Mr. Willis, Mrs. Bruce just recently did a weekend cleanup, and I know I saw an email come across our email system about a young girl who was also invited to the leadership team meetings. Is it possible, and not tonight, but maybe we can just put this issue on our agenda? It may not be a bad idea for us to connect these few people who are all working towards the same goal, so they can work together with the appropriate department heads.
Yeah, I think the concept of going to the leadership team will encompass all that, because we can get the key players to get together, and we'll have one objective.
Right, I understand that, but with the girl, the younger girl is a school-age girl, so she'd be going back to school in the fall. So I guess what I'm suggesting is that we just have an agenda item for a discussion on what Mr. Willis suggested, perhaps forming some type of committee or something, and inviting those people who have been working hard. I mean, I know Mrs. Bruce just did 2 or 3 straight days of litter cleanup last month, I think it was, and filled tons and tons of trash.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, if I could, through you to Member Winslow, Penny did come in and meet with us the week before. Mr. Willis joined us last week, so we're happy to. Penny's a very excitable and very energetic individual. She's going to be part of the solution, which I have put, hopefully in a sustainable way that happens over time with the combination of resources. And she has already met with the leadership team, so. And we've asked her to come back on a rotating basis, as we have also to Mr. Willis. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Snyder, do you have anything? I guess someone stepped up already.
Can I just follow up, Kara? I've been emailed by people that are in touch with Mary Bruce and about 120 other supporters, so we are gathering forces just to follow up.
Thank you. Okay, next speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dave Walton from District 3. Actually, the only reason I'm speaking, it's still in relation to what we just discussed, because that is a very big pet peeve of mine. And I think the one thing that was not mentioned, it is absolutely imperative that we find a way, starting at a very young age, to instill pride in our community. Because if we don't start with young people, it will never go any further. I am tired of seeing the streets in the condition they're in. It's not the town's fault for not cleaning, it's the town participation in creating the mess. Now I'll tell a very quick story, and I'll give I don't want to take up too much time. I play a lot of golf down the Cape, and last summer I left a restaurant called Chapin's down in Dennis, and from Chapin's restaurant, a couple of back roads, you come out to Route 6A, about 5 miles on 6A, heavily traveled during the summer. And then on Union Street, another mile or so, and you get on the Mid-Cape Highway. And just for the heck of it, I was pulling out of the parking lot of Chapin's, and I saw a beer can on the side of the road. And it sounds weird, I admit, but I just happened to look and said, boy, you don't see that very often. So as I'm driving along, I started counting rubbish that was something that can be picked up. Now that's about 6 or 7 miles of driving on heavily traveled roads during the summer. 3 pieces of rubbish, that's all I saw. Now I'm sorry, I might have missed something because I don't want to get in an accident. 3 pieces. Now, last April, right after snow left, I was in the same area. A friend of mine has a house there. When I left, I started, for the heck of it, just start counting on that same road. I saw, it was terrible. I saw about 9 or 10 pieces of rubbish. Now, we come back to Wareham. Every morning I come down Great Neck Road, Stillman, Great Neck, Indian, onto Minot, downtown to get a paper. I've watched people out there picking up, cleaning the roads with their bags and everything on one day. Within 24 hours, it looks like the town dump along that road. And it's not just that road. And it is repulsive, but if we don't, and it's all pizza boxes, McDonald's, I'm not blaming just them, but that, quick food service, cans, you drive along and see people, it's finished half of their morning coffee and it's cold, and out the window it comes. If you don't treat people and teach them to have pride in the community, you will never have enough manpower to keep the roads clean. And that's the thing, to learn to love your community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. One more person? Yep. Thank you.
Mike Flaherty, can you hear me? Hello? All right.
Yeah, okay, that's good, Mike.
Mike Flaherty. I'm here today, as I am from time to time, to just get some answers and clarification to I'm here as I am from time to time to just get some answers to some questions I have, given some conflicting things I'm reading and such. I've posed a bunch of questions to Mr. Andrews, and I'll follow up with him later. We've been playing phone tag, but since tonight's a Selectmen's meeting, I thought I'd ask a couple while I'm here. Back in January, this board, Mr. Andrews announced that the civil service exam had been called for. I'd like to know how that's progressing. I'd like to know how the civil service exam is progressing, the one that was announced in January.
Mr. Andrews?
Mr. Chairman, through you to Mr. Flaherty, who I know we traded at least 3 phone calls.
Yeah, at least, yes.
The Civil Service Commission has been appraised that we have appointed a chief of police, so that closes that process down. We
Okay.
can ask for, in the future, if this board, myself, requests it, additional programs, including some of the more modern techniques to select a chief. We have a chief who's under agreement for a 3-year contract at this time.
All right, I was just curious how that worked. I remember it was requested, and then I thought it just fell off the plate, but I guess it's done at this point.
Yes, we have notified Civil Service that we have a lateral transfer from the town of North Andover to the town of Wareham, a civil servant, Mr. Richard Stanley.
All right, thank you. And just one more question regarding the town accountant. I'm curious to the status of that. Is there another hearing scheduled for her?
Mr. Chairman, as you know, and through you to the members, that's why I asked you to call me, Mike. This is a personnel matter of which I don't intend to make public comment at this time.
Okay, I can respect that, but can we at least know if the former town accountant is being paid during this time?
The town accountant under section 7.9 of the town charter has been followed to the degree that she is being paid, as she is on leave until such time that that hearing process is concluded.
Thank you.
So the answer is yes. You're welcome, Mr. Flaherty.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, and that's going to end the citizens' participation. Oh, I'm sorry, there's one more in the back. How can I miss you, Al? You're going to have to talk loud, too.
Good evening, everybody. I was here about 2 months ago asking some questions on our current sewer projects, and I've not received any answers, so I'm just going to refresh and ask simply the yes or no to my questions. The first part that I have has to do with the tax credit that we were told we were going to qualify for when the projects were first put forth to us in sections 1 and section 2. The reason I asked the question is, under the IRS rulings, as far as the law goes, you have to have a failed system or it has to be a federally mandated program. I checked in with the town, and both those issues I got negative responses to. So what happened before is the town had supplied a letter which basically said the individual homeowner qualifies for tax credit, and that goes in with their application to their accountant for the IRS rulings. And as of right now, it looks to me as if, at least for the projects 1, 2, and 3, which are on hold, unless your system has a failed septic system or a cesspool, you don't qualify for tax credit. Now, we've been promised that from the beginning, and I'd like a simple answer. Do we or do we not qualify?
I can't hear.
Do we or do we not qualify?
Mr. Chairman, through you to Mr. Slavin, and I'm happy to provide a copy to you. Yes, you are correct. The town did send out at its own cost to all the residents that were involved. This is a state program, and there are codes of Massachusetts regulations that I'm happy to go over with you at any point. There are specific details that are required under the state program in order to qualify for this program, and it is on an individual case-by-case basis. Happy to provide you with a letter. We're trying to avail all of the residents who were impacted by the sewer work, and that letter went out to all of the individuals, and it was very, very clear. It does have to do with the individual and their tax status, and also meeting the state program under the regulations that were put forward. Alan.
Well, again, my question is, do we or do we not qualify? We were told up front ahead of time, because we never had a chance to discuss where the project went or how it worked, because we've been told from as long as I've been involved, that this was a mandated program. And the town is on record now as being not a mandated program.
Mr. Chairman, through you to Mr. Slavin, it was on case-by-case individual basis, depending upon the individual circumstances.
It was not presented to us that way, sir.
Well, I can provide you with a copy of the letter in the morning, Alan, if you'd like.
What I'm getting at is we were under the impression as a group of people, and there's quite a few, that we all qualified for tax credit. And now we find out we don't qualify. I'm not the only one.
Copy of the letter. I'll provide you, through you, Mr. Chairman, with a copy of the letter. It is very, very clear that it is on case-by-case. I'm not sure who made the commitment that everybody would qualify for the state program.
That was done during
Alan.
the meetings with CDM, and I believe it was John Sanguinet who actually made the statement, and it was continued after that as well.
Once again, I'm happy to review that with you, but the letter that we sent out most recently, that Susan Green sent out on behalf of the state program, was to avail individuals on a case-by-case basis and encourage those individuals to talk with whoever prepares their taxes for years that would possibly qualify for this.
Okay, so do I understand then basically the original statement that we were told we all qualified no longer holds? Is that the case?
Mr. Chairman,
As far as I can hear from where I'm sitting, it says case by case. So you're saying everyone qualifies? It's a case by case situation. And he will get you the paperwork in the morning, and then we can have our attorney look at it. But thank you very much, Alan. Mr. Clerk?
Mr. Chairman, okay. Next on our agenda is the discussion of Westfield.
Mr. Chairman, if I could, I do have a packet, and we do have all of the exhibits that were requested from the planning department and zoning officials and water and sewer mapping. There are changes to be made on pages 21 and 22, which I will make in the morning. But to stay on track, I wanted to provide the board with an update that we have the appropriate exhibits, including site plans, existing conditions, zoning map, water map, sewer map, and I will put a copy of the updated plans in the board's boxes for the morning to save paper, and process this according to the schedule that we talked about at the last meeting, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Any questions from the board?
No, Mr. Chair, I just want to make sure that we're on the timeline that we voted on last 2 weeks ago. Are we on that timeline or not?
What was that, Mr. Andrews? I don't think you're...
Sorry. Yes, we are adhering to that schedule. That's why there's a marked-up draft in your packet, once again, with some of the site maps that a little larger to copy, but I'll make sure that we have those copies in your board packet in the morning. Thank you, Mr.
And
Chairman.
we're scheduled for the bids, present the RFP for bidding next week, I believe it is, next week.
A release on the 19th, and the bids back to the town on August 31st, from my notes, Mr. Chairman. With a...
Right, so next Tuesday, we're supposed to be sending it out, right, and then it comes back towards the end of August.
That's correct. With a bidders conference in the mix.
Very good.
Now, looking at this schedule here, it says the conference is September 17th. You're going to have to update all that, okay. Thank you. Yeah. Clerk will go right into the consent agenda, authorization to sign bills and documents.
I have 2 bills. Just give me 1 second. I want to make sure I have the right numbers. The first bill is contract number 2. It is estimate number 11 on the top right-hand corner of the page. And this is the balance due the contractor on this estimate, which is a total of $184,570.72. Everyone has a detail in their packets. And this will bring, I don't believe that number, 61%. I think we're above that. But this estimate is due and payable, which brings the total to date on this project of $3,105,269.26.
Is that a motion?
No, I'm just announcing what we're talking about. If you'd like to, you want me to make a motion and then
No,
allow questions,
I'd like to
or you
do-
want to have questions first?
What I'd like to do is have, indulge with Mr. Gifford. Just want to make sure, because his signature is on this, to make sure everything is A-okay. Do you have a copy with you?
No, I don't.
Okay. Yeah, you might as well give them both copies. Yeah.
Here's the other one.
Okay, Mr. Gifford, if you just, run down the requisition, the total contract sum, and just state what we have.
Yes, this requisition's for 184,570.72 is pay estimate for contract number 2. And actually, you should have gotten a cover letter with both of these bills, although I don't know if you have them or not.
We don't have them.
No, we don't.
Because there's a detailed cover, when they're sent over to town hall, there's a detailed cover letter that's sent with them.
Yeah, I know there wasn't one in my package, Mr. Chairman. There was
Come-
not. I know
No,
there wasn't.
I know there wasn't. Yeah, you're absolutely correct, because most of the time we do get that cover sheet, and I'll explain it, but we can go right by this one. I just want you to clarify and make sure everything is correct according to their requisition.
Everything is correct. That's correct. Actually, this was received back in June 15th, so it's way overdue.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, ma'am.
just through you to Mr. Gifford, what are the types of things that are usually listed in that, what are the types of things that are usually listed in that summary?
It's a breakdown of the work that's been completed, the percentage.
Okay. I do have a question.
Go ahead, Mr. Snyder.
I'm looking at a change order for, and it says water main change as a description.
That's correct, yep. Which page are you on?
Page 6. Bottom 2 lines.
Yep. The water main change, that was through the Wareham Water District, voted on with the board. Gioso did the work. That was the water main for Oak Street. But yet the district funded it. So it's a no-cost change order to the contract, but it was run through this contract.
Okay.
And actually, I'm just going by memory, I think the district pledged $200,000 and the water main committed, I want to say like 156, but we ended up taking more monies off the contract due to the water main change.
Okay. I guess my question would be how does the town get reimbursed for that though?
That's already been paid and reimbursed, and I'm not sure the exact procedure. The district issued a check to the town
Right.
for the monies.
Okay. I guess my concern is just that it gets followed up on because it's a large number.
And if there is another change order there, and that's the Oakdale drainage, and that was put under Chapter 90s. So that's a no-cost change order to the project also. And I did misspeak. It wasn't the water main on Oak Street, that's contract 1. It was water main on Sandwich Road.
Now that, on that change order number 2, the 132, do you recall what that was? Or
Yes, that was the drainage on
drainage?
in Oakdale.
Okay, because the 193, as Mr. Snyder specified, when you do look at number 6, page 6, it does have the same amount. Okay, I see the Oakdale drainage system. Okay. Stand
Yes,
corrected.
if you recall, Mr. Chairman, that's when yourself and I rode the project with one of the residents in Oakdale, and they pointed out the drainage issues there.
Right.
And we decided then we'd take care of it.
Okay, thank you very much.
Mr. Cruz, and Mr. Gifford, I appreciate your response, but I'm grappling with understanding how the town gets reimbursed through the district, or
Yeah, because let me just back up briefly. This happened under contract 1 for Oak Street.
Mm-hmm.
And the district came in front of the board, asked us to piggyback on the drainage project to put a water line down Oak Street, a replacement water line. So the district cuts the check for the work. Geosa did the work. The district cut the check to the town, and the town paid Geosa.
Okay, I understand.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the, I see Steve is.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, just a comment on that, and I believe, Mr. Schneider, my memory is really foggy, that goes back a ways, but I believe we actually had a packet sometime months ago where there were copies, and I remember Mike Martin coming in, he was at the sewer meetings with us, and I believe there was even a copy with a copy of the checks and everything to the town from the water district to pay that back. And I think we actually made a few bucks on that.
Actually, there was monies left over,
Right.
and that monies went into the project.
Right. I do recall that. I don't have a copy of
Now,
it, but I do recall.
Mr. Chairman, thank you, Mr. Holmes, for the clarification. I also remember that now as well.
Any other questions from the board? If not, can I have a motion?
Mr. Chair, I'll make the, are you going to make it, Mr. Holmes, or you want me to do it?
I was just going to do that. I got Mrs. Begley circles on here now. I would make a motion to... Oh, thanks. You gave him the wrong one. I make a motion that we pay under contract number 2, project number CWSRF 3022, estimate number 11, in the amount of $184,570.72.
Second.
Motion made and second. Is that Karen? Is that okay?
Yep. No,
Motion
it was
made and
Mike
second.
imitating a girl voice.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? 5-0-0.
Mr. Gifford, I assume you have number 2 in front of you, the second bill tonight. This is titled Contract 1. Same sewer project number, estimate number 1616. A total amount of $127,728.80.
Mr. Chair,
Yes,
may I
Mr.
ask a
Winslow.
question?
Yes.
Through you to Mr. Gifford. I thought that we already had the final bills in for contract 1 when we...
No.
No. So how is it that you get to be 105% complete?
Okay, that's a good question.
On page 9, percent completed to date, 105%.
Page 9.
That's due to the change orders.
That's the change orders?
That's correct, and there were two, one is, and I misspoke on the water main on contract one. The water main change order was $432,315.99. And then there was a second change order for the boulders at the pump station on Parkwood Drive, which is $62,679.75.
So that
that's
$500,000 is 5% of the contract?
So that went over the cost of the contract.
Okay. Is it possible to make sure that, and I know this has been an issue in the past, but to ask, to make sure that CDM does include those cover letters, because a lot of times that answers are.
I'm sure the cover letters were with these.
Okay.
Where they are or not, I don't know.
Thank you.
Because that has been an issue in the past.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Mr. Smith.
Through you to Mr. Gifford. Just on the same issue, the $432,000 that is reimbursed from
Yes,
the water
that's all
district.
been reimbursed, and as Mr. Holmes mentioned, there was a surplus of monies left over, which went back into this contract also.
Thank you.
I think my memory doesn't recall 400,000. My memory, I think, is around 120-something thousand.
No, that's what I thought it was too, but I just went back to page, the last page where the change orders are, and it's 432,313.
It's expensive Maine.
Yeah, it's expensive. Now, Mr. Gifford, and maybe you can and can't answer this question, but my question is, since we're now, this is a final bill for contract one, will there be any more bills on contract one that you know of?
There will be bills from CDM because they've got to do all the shop drawings and finalizing all the...
What were all these bills that we're looking at tonight, this is contract one, and any of these other CDM bills in contract one, were these all figured into the betterment that we charge those residents?
That's correct.
It was.
Yeah, it all goes towards the betterment, yes.
I didn't ask you that. What I'm asking is, we set a betterment fee for residents in project one. We've already done that.
Yes.
Was all this money included in our calculations of that 15,000 and change?
I believe so. I'd have to run that by Mike Judici, but I'm pretty positive he sat right here at the table and he explained that.
I believe it was, but can you just, if you wouldn't mind, I'm sorry, get clarification on that?
That's what I was wondering too, Mr. Holmes.
Because I recall Mr. Sanjanet telling us one evening here, and I've sat through many of his conversations where he said we would not be able to set a fee until all of the bills were in, or we knew the amounts at least.
They estimated the amounts.
Right. So could you just clarify that that's done, please? Because that's an important question. If it wasn't calculated, this money's going to come out of that fund.
I'm sure it was calculated because I can remember Mr. Judici sitting here when he came in and Mr. Sanjanet went over the betterments.
Any other questions from the board?
I have one question. So, Mr. Gifford, the change order number one was reimbursed by the district for the water main. So that doesn't go into the betterment, correct?
That's
because
correct.
that comes out of district funds. So that's the separate tax
It's
district,
no cost change order.
et cetera. And the Parkwood Drive pump station, the 62 and plus 62,000 was a result of changing the location of that pump station, or no?
That was a result of something that was unforeseen. They discovered a number of large boulders where the pump station was going.
Oh, I recall now. Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? If not, I entertain a motion.
Mr. Chair, make a motion that we pay under contract one, project number CWSRF 3003022, estimate number 16, in the amount of $127,728.80.
Second.
Motion made and second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? 5-0.
Thanks, Mark.
Thank you very much.
Oh, the ones with the holes, that's gonna be Mark's. It's yours? Okay, that takes care of that. Now we're on to some appointments, and hopefully we're almost to the end of this road this year. We have the Minot Forest Committee. We have we have Mrs. There we go. We have Mrs. Devlin, who appeared before this board for an interview. She went before the local board for an interview. We got all the members of the Board of Selectmen have received the recommendation from the Minot Forest Committee. So, having completed the process, I would make a motion that we appoint Sandra Devlin to the Minot Forest Committee for a term to expire no later than June 30th, 2016.
Second.
Motion made and second. How many openings?
Hang on one second.
You have that list, Mr. Clerk?
I got it right here. Hang on one second. I don't have it right here.
'Cause I don't have an updated list on that.
No, it can't be 5 years. Who's the liaison to Minot Forest? Do you know if it's 5 years or not? Oh, you weren't confirmed. Yeah. Since that wasn't seconded, was it?
I seconded it.
Oh, you wanna
I'll
take
withdraw
that
my
back?
second.
Yeah, I make a motion that we appoint Sandra Devlin to the Minot Forest Committee for a term to expire no later than June 30th, 2014.
Motion made and seconded by Mrs. Begley. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? 5-0.
Okay. Now we have the we're still back on this, aren't we? Let me just double check this. You see, it doesn't really say. Yeah, no, it's 3 years.
This is, the next one's a reappointment, right?
Yeah, he's a reappointment.
Got it. Okay, I'd make a motion. I just want to make sure I make a motion that we appoint Malcolm B. Finney to the Historical Commission for a term to expire no later than June 30th, 2014.
Second.
Motion made, second by Mr. Snyder.
Mr. Schneider.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? 5-0.
And the last piece of business on appointments tonight were interviews to the Board of Health. 2 weeks ago was very difficult to hear in that building, and I got to tell you that what I thought I heard, I wasn't very comfortable with to take action. So I did call the chairperson on Friday, I believe it was, Mr. Cruz, that I
Yes.
called you. And my issue was, if I understood it correctly, we were going to re-interview individuals, or one individual, that was not interviewed by this board, these current 5 members. And I was just uncomfortable with that, and I wasn't sure if that was exactly what the intention of the board was, to be honest with you. And why wouldn't we invite the 4 people back that we didn't all invite?
That we didn't all interview.
Well, that's what I mean. I'm sorry, interview.
Mr. Chairman, through you to Mr. Holmes. I think my assumption with respect to that particular issue was just the mere fact that the Board of Selectmen, the 2 new Board of Selectmen hadn't received that application. Simply. And that was just...
Yeah, see, that's what Walter was, I'm sorry, Mr. Cruz was saying to me on the phone, that he thought it was about an application issue, not an interview issue. I thought it was about an interview issue. So he actually invited the person. And then I said, well, let's put a stop to this until I'm clear on what the board's wishes were. I understand if you didn't because obviously this runs from term to term. But my impression was I was inviting someone to come when I didn't call the other
No, it was
3 or 4
applications.
people to
Correct.
come for an interview because you all weren't here. Or
Correct.
I think you were here for one of them, and the other 3
Correct.
you weren't here yet. So I was very uncomfortable doing that before I came back here and we just paused for a week and let me get it right. So, what exactly is the pleasure so I get it right for the next meeting and we can be done with this? You just want all of the applications, or you want folks to come for an interview?
Well, through you,
My
Mr. Cruz.
suggestion, I think we all know the applicants. We all had their resumes. I think we can go forward and just appoint them next week.
Okay,
If
so
that's your
I'll
pleasure,
get the
since you-
list, a copy of the qualifications, applications, forward it to the board for appointment or for interviews?
Appointment, I
Interviews
think.
are
Appointment.
over.
Appointment.
Interviews are over.
Yeah,
I appreciate your indulgence there. I wanted to make
If
sure I
the
got
board
this
wants
right.
that-
Well, there's at least one applicant that I don't think anybody sitting on this board interviewed. Oh.
Mr. Cruz, I believe, speaking for myself, of course, I think at this point, at this juncture, I have all of the documentation that I need.
You need,
Oh, you do?
Mrs. Vega?
Yes, I was, as liaison to the Board of Health, I was able to speak to people as they, or be part of the interview process. So that's fine.
So at our next regular meeting, we're going to vote on it?
So we'll get a packet with the applications and the recommendation that the Board of Health made us a recommendation, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Well, Mr. Cruz, through you, didn't we all receive the recommendations already, and we've already had the applications? I mean, we can certainly put it off for 2 weeks, or we can appoint this evening.
So
Now, our
that's the pleasure of the
associate,
board.
correct me if I'm wrong, I just want to be sure I have this right. We already have 3 regular members of the board. This is for 2 associate positions
Correct.
that are for their 1-year positions. Is that correct?
And they don't have, there's no voting powers.
I understand.
Yeah, that is, but we don't have any information with the, what is
We
it,
don't
5
have it.
members that are available for them 2 positions?
I'm sorry, Mr. Cruz?
There are 5 members, there's
Well,
5
3
applications.
There's 5.
There are 5 or 6 for the 2 positions.
Correct.
Wait a minute.
And we don't have the
General?
application, we don't have any information in front of us as of right now.
I didn't bring it because
So why don't we just go ahead and put it off
I didn't ask Janet
until,
for it because I was unsure of what
Right.
I was being asked, and I was...
okay, we'll put it off until the next meeting, and we'll have the, was it 5 or 6?
We
for the 2
interviewed one
appointments.
at the high school just before town meeting.
Right.
I don't want to mention his name. I
And
don't
as
wanna
of
mention
right now, the
names.
applications we have is what's on file, we're not accepting any more because we have the 5 or 6.
We're
Okay.
accept, we always accept, but there's no more in this process for now. Can't keep this thing going on forever. So I appreciate it, and I'll get the packet, and this will be done. And I believe, if there haven't been any outcries from liaisons, then I think this will wrap up our annual appointment.
CETA.
Thank you.
process.
Cedar.
Thank God.
CETA.
Cedar.
Well, we have Cedar. I can give you an update on that. Well, it's
Well,
under
right.
appointment, so the gentleman we interviewed last week came yesterday for his interview with Cedar. So all the Cedar candidates have been interviewed by the local board, and we're just awaiting the recommendations from that chair.
So at the next meeting, we can do both.
Board of Health and
And
Cedar,
Cedar.
get those wrapped
Thank
up.
you.
Anything else? Any other boards that you've all run into that?
Will that complete this process?
Yes, thank God.
And now if we
God.
can continue, we'll
Oh, and while I'm at it, I've always given this report at this time. We did forward the press release to the office for the road commissioners. And we put it out, basically it was about the same schedule as we discussed, that we'd give them a few weeks or whatever it was to get their applications in. We would do the interviews in August and ready to appoint by the end of August. So, and that's for 4 public members. The chief of police is the ex officio on that committee with the planner, John Charbonneau, and Mr. Gifford, director of maintenance, in 4 public individuals. So that press release, you should be seeing that hopefully in the Courier, Wareham Week. That's about all we got for local. I didn't ask them to put it in the Standard Times. If you prefer I do that as well, I could do that. But I just figured Wareham Week and Wareham Courier covers the town.
Will that also be on the town website, Mr. Holmes?
And that will be up on the website as well, yes.
anything
lot.
else? If not, town administrators report.
Mr. Chairman, through you to the listening audience and to the audience here, Mr. Chairman, if I can beg your indulgence and bring Mr. Mark Harriman up from Digital Credit Union to give us an update, quick sketch. We've been working very closely on the Bay Point matter, and Mark, I know you have business south of us. So with that being said, through you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Mark Harriman, Senior Lender for Digital Credit Union. Mark.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, board members, Mr. Andrews. Thank you for having us for this update tonight. We appreciate that. As you know, Digital Credit Union has foreclosed on its mortgages on the Bay Point Country Club. Let me first start out by saying I have to apologize to the board. There was a miscommunication between DCU and our attorneys. As soon as the town was notified of the foreclosure, Mr. Andrews has actually followed up with our attorney, and unfortunately, that communication did not get to me, so it ended with our attorney. So I do have to apologize. There was a miscommunication there. By way of update, I want to let you know that there are several events scheduled at the Pavilion building, and we have made the decision to honor all those deposits that go along with those events. As far as the membership goes at the golf course, we have also been honoring all of those going forward too. So we want to make this as much of a seamless transition as possible. We're in the process right now of working with our council to have the liquor license for the clubhouse transferred over, and we expect to have that application in within the next 10 days or so, at which point we would hope to be before you for the August 9th meeting for the transition on that liquor license. Going forward, we are trying to transition the financials and get our hands around what's going on. We're actively managing the course through a third party, and we're trying to figure out what's here. And it's a slow process, but we feel that things are going pretty well so far. Does anyone else have any questions for me as to where we're going or what's been happening so far?
Thank you,
Mrs.
Mr.
Winslow.
Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, first I want to say that I appreciate the fact that you're honoring the deposits, and you also went ahead with the scheduled fundraiser. I don't know how familiar you are with the community, but Bay Point was always very generous in that regard to the community, and there are a number of organizations that depend on that generosity. So I just want to say I appreciate that. As far as the liquor license is concerned, I guess when that comes before us, we can discuss it, but how does a bank hold a liquor license?
We're working on that process
Okay.
right now. Yeah.
I was just confused by that, but thank you, and I do appreciate it. I do think that this was obviously, something that everybody had hoped would be avoided,
Sure.
but it wasn't, and I think as much of a seamless transition as possible is really the best route for the community as a whole.
Mhm.
Thanks.
And we recognize that. We
I
thought that was
appreciate.
important.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
Mr. Snetter.
Mr. Harriman, I also would like to thank you for honoring those requests, and I share Ms. Winslow's sentiments about the liquor license. My question is, who is currently the manager of your liquor license right now? Is it still held?
We've shut down the bars.
You've shut down the bars.
Those are not in operation right now because we don't have control of the license.
Thank you.
Mr. Holmes.
Evening, Mark. It's finally good to see your face. We've spoken many times. I'm actually a little disappointed that you're not here tonight for that liquor license. You and I have spoken about this several times. It's not that I have to drink, but there are many there on weekends. I mean, the numbers have been. I don't know that I've seen bigger numbers at that golf course. Maybe we should have foreclosed on it years ago. I don't know, but and that's a real issue there. These events are being planned. I was contacted by another person this week in regards to of a huge event that takes place there in the fall on the Maloney Toy Drive. And they're already starting to go out looking for other places. So I think that, again, these are community events that take place, and people started using Bay Point last year. So, one of the issues is to make sure that we keep those people in the fold and coming back, because by then you'll have the appropriate licenses to do that. You do plan on continuing the function business, correct?
Yes, and we're in the process of notifying all the event sponsors right now as to the transition and what the process will be going forward.
And I got another call today about actually someone who's looking to do an event there. So would they contact you, or would they contact Dan?
They can
or at
contact
the club, or
they can contact
Lisa?
the club directly.
Okay.
And their manager is on site. And let me also say, as far as the memberships and all the events go, is that we'll be honoring them as long as we own the course. Whatever happens after a transition, we can't guarantee that. But as long as we own this, we will honor
Right.
those memberships and those deposits.
Yes, Mr. Cruz. Hi, Mr. Harriman. How are you?
Hi, good, thank you.
I kind of had an email exchange with you because I was contacted by kind of a panicked bride through her dad.
Mm-hmm.
And the question is this: you don't hold a liquor license. They were planning a wedding reception there, so that will be a wedding reception without alcohol. That's my assumption.
No, we're making preparations for that also, for that pavilion building.
So what are those preparations?
Oh, we have contracted with a private bartending service, and that bartending service will be looking for a one-day license for that pavilion area.
So they'll be coming before this board for any of these wedding functions?
Correct.
So right now, just to clarify, no liquor is being served at all until this occurs.
Correct.
Until one-day liquor licenses are issued by this board.
Correct.
So the pavilion had a seasonal license, is that right? And the clubhouse had a year-round license.
That's correct.
And you're working with council to see who would actually be the holder of that license, since it's generally by you're going to have a manager.
Which license are you referring to?
Whichever license you're
Because
trying to use.
Oh.
So the pavilion license, I'm assuming that's where, of course, that's where the wedding is going to be.
Yes.
So the pavilion license, you're hoping for a one-day liquor license that would be held by the bartending, whoever your vendor is.
Either that or the individual event sponsor themselves. 'Cause
I understand.
as you know, that there are different different qualifications for what you can serve depending on a for-profit or non-profit event.
Yes, I understand.
Okay, so it would, we will be looking to the event holder, if they wanted to have a full bar, we would be looking for the event holder to get the license. And were it just beer and wine, then the bartending service would step in and they would hold the license.
Okay.
So there is a difference between the two.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
And I assume that Mr. Andrews and Town Council are working diligently on this project.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Chairman.
can I just follow up with one question? So, if I heard what you explained to Mrs. Begley, you're going to be looking to transfer or get a new holder for the year-round liquor license at the clubhouse.
Correct.
But you're not, at this time, looking to get a new holder for the seasonal license. You instead intend to do one-day liquor licenses for the events?
Yes, it doesn't sound right. Correct.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure I was clear on...
You are
okay.
You are clear. Do you want a little bit more background? I can tell you.
No.
Okay.
Yeah. No. I just wanted to make sure I understood what you were saying. In fact, I think I know why you're doing it.
Yes,
So,
okay.
thank you.
Mr. Chairman, if I could, because I think it's worthy of clarification, Mark, tell us a little bit about, well, first of all, the town did reach out to the appropriate banker involved, or excuse me, the attorney that should have reached out to the bank.
That's correct.
With respect to protecting not only the licenses at hand here, but also any other property rights that the town has had. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then, secondly, there were no events scheduled, to your knowledge, in the month of July. Is that correct?
There are very few. We've had a couple crop up at the last minute. I would have to check my records and get back to you on that.
Okay. But the point of it being is that we worked to ensure that whatever events that were being held, because I did speak with Selectwoman Begley and others regarding the famous wedding that happened in later August, which I'm sure everybody on this board will get an invitation to. But the point of it being is that we were really looking out so that the brides and the families were not put at risk and they were not put in a position where they didn't know where they were having their wedding. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And just also for the record, you have the application. Shirley has been working closely with you from the board's office. Attorney Bowen and I and you sat and talked about this so that we're clear as to what direction we're going in as quickly as we can expedite this process to get that next transition point done. Is that a fair statement?
That's correct. Yes.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Harriman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Any other questions? If not, continue on with your...
Mr. Chairman, if I could move up on item D in the...
Thank you for
Thank
coming.
you very much, Mike.
Safe trip, Mark. You're welcome. If I can move up on item D, Mr. Chairman, FY 2011 transfers. Just as an opening statement, if I can ask Town Clerk to come forward, Mr. Sullivan. These are, you have before you an executive summary sheet of requests of transfers needed to close fiscal 2011. We have been working with the departments over the past 10 to 11, 12 weeks to close down fiscal 2011 accounts payable. Ends on this Friday, July 15th. And if I could turn it over to Madam Chair, you have a series of requests for transfers in this particular case and in others within departments, but just to see that the board can see clearly that we're moving, in some cases, expenses that were incurred that could not be foreseen in some cases. We have a couple examples of that. Item number 1, Mr. Chairman, and I'll turn it over to Madam Clerk to describe to us the transfers that we're looking for here tonight with respect to the board. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
It's not going to work. Good evening. Okay. Good evening. First of all, the reason why I ended up doing the transfers was because I don't want to get on the old accountant, but the accounting program is not worth the salt. I'm sorry. We had no clue what was, let me put it, we had an idea of what was given to us because of town meeting. But during the year, our old accountant, Bob Liss, he always gave us a printout of what we had, what was being spent, what our balance was. We did not have that last year. So because of that, several of our accounts were overdrawn. Okay, so I worked with Judy. I don't know which one you have as number one. Is it the elections?
Mr. Chairman, through you, election expense account, $3,076 for the interpreters. Mary Ann?
Right, the elections was, actually, that wasn't the interpreters. That's the increase in advertising.
Okay.
And it shouldn't have.
Does say that, I'm sorry.
She had me cover the interpreters under this one. She did. So we did several transfers. So that's for the $3,076. The other ones, and I got a call from Judy. I didn't get a chance to talk to her. I did call her back. I had asked the FinCom not to consider the $1,200. However, I received a bill today from Gateway Media for $2,200 that we had a transfer done from the Finance Committee, and Mr. Sandronet was supposed to be taking care of that. It never happened. So I received the bill. I put in a call to the people. I asked them to fax me over an invoice so that I could see exactly what they were talking about. They did not respond to me. I have not received it yet. So what I'm doing is requesting that that $1,200 be placed back into my budget.
Mr. Chairman, the paperwork is there, so all we have to do is activate the
Right.
$1,200 on the worksheet.
And then we have the town meeting salaries that we have to cover. Of course, paying the police officers is very expensive because then it's not the $25 an hour that I used to pay. It is an overtime rate. So it depends on who you have at town meeting. So expenses, as I explained, one of the Finance Committee members brought it to my attention that I had already presented to them about paper. But that was in the 2012 budget.
You are correct.
And I didn't think about it until after. That was 2012 because our new computer system for the births just went into effect.
Right.
So we have to purchase extra paper. You have to purchase extra paper for the death records, marriage certificates. So the paper is expensive. It has to be the acid free so that it lasts, and it gets really expensive. Plus, on top of that, the increase in making copies has really become ridiculous. I have to be honest with you. And we're responsible for the bylaws, the charter, and we have to provide those copies. So, and you're talking, I think, 96 pages on one and 38 pages on the other. So, but that's my complaints, no.
Mr. Chairman, if we could just walk back a step. So, Madam Clerk, under number 1, the election salary account, you agree with the $3,076?
Right, that'll balance it.
Okay. The Finance Committee moved favorable action 800. I move
Right.
the Board of Selectmen. I move this Board of Selectmen vote for favorable action on number 1.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? 500.
Madam Clerk, you were also just discussing item number 2. If I may, just walk you back a step, please. I believe you said that the $2,750 was correct,
Yes, town meeting salary.
and the $1,000 was also correct?
Yes, town clerk expenses.
Is that
So
one
I'm
of the
not
ones on
sure,
hold?
Madam Clerk.
And then we had,
Sorry.
I had requested $1,200, and that was going to be, right, in addition. But at the FinCom meeting, I asked them to disregard that
Okay.
because of the books. We were going to order them this time, but I received that bill today.
Right.
We have to cover that unless you want it to go as an old bill in October.
Mr. Chairman, if I could ask for an amended motion to include the $1,200.
Now, you said
That's
that
what I'm trying to get to that. If we can just walk through this.
I just have a question.
Go ahead, I guess. I'm trying to get through this.
I know, but when you, my question is the 1,000 one of the ones that's on hold from the Finance Committee?
No.
If I could just walk through this, I'll ask again, please. That's what I'm trying to do is
I'm
space
sorry, I
this
thought I
out.
heard you
Mr.
say
Holmes
the
has the floor
1,000.
right now.
We're just trying to get too
Please.
many conversations around it, and Madam Clerk, with all, I can't say that anymore,
How come
can I?
there's nothing
And
here?
I do respect you, and what I'm trying to do is, rather than have this lengthy conversation, take you
Right.
step by step, if you don't mind.
Right.
So the 2750 is okay. The 1,000 you agree with.
Right.
So you'd like this to be 4950. Is that correct?
Yes. Yes.
So the 2750, which was line 1, which was voted on in favor by the Finance Committee, 800. I move that the Board of Selectmen approve that transfer and vote for favorable action.
Second.
Motion made in second. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Now, Madam Clerk, this is where it gets
500.
a little clumsy. On line 2, you have $1,000 on your request. And on line 2, I don't appear to have a vote of the Finance Committee.
They voted 800 in favor
Oh, is that what those two
Yes.
little dots
of the
are?
2750 and the
Looks like a
1,000.
paper mark. Okay, so we have favorable action on the $1,000, correct?
Yes.
800 by the Finance Committee. I'd make a motion the Board of Selectmen approve the $1,000, $1,000 transfer,
Second.
and vote favorable action.
Motion made in second.
Mrs. Schneider.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? 500.
I'd also make a motion that we approve the transfer from town clerk's salary to printing and mailing for $1,200,
Yeah.
subject to the vote of the Finance Committee. And move favorable action.
Can we, I'll second for discussion, but I mean, I know that we can move within some of these accounts just by our vote, but can we make a move like that from?
Why not? You need the Finance Committee vote, and you need the Board of Selectmen vote. We're approving it subject to their vote, just like they do, for the most part.
Mr. Chairman, through you to Mr. Holmes.
Yes, Mr. Snyder.
My personal opinion is that you know, proving it subject to their motion is kind of fruitless.
Well, they're a lot closer to it. Well, just withdraw your second.
I seconded it.
You can just withdraw it if you don't want to.
I'll withdraw my second.
Okay, make a motion to move favorable action to transfer $1,000. I'm sorry, $1,200 from the town clerk's salary to printing and mailing street list.
Second.
Motion made in second. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? 500. Oh, 4.
Is there anything else, Madam Clerk,
No, that was it.
in your area?
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair, are we going to go through this whole list right now and vote on every one
Yes.
during the town administrator's report?
Right, I think we can move swiftly.
Why not? Let's just get it done.
Well, because I have some concerns about.
Well, this is
Well,
the
if you
time
have
to
some
bring it
concerns,
up
we
as
can
we
just
go
put it
through.
aside.
What I was trying to avoid was a conversation that went all over the map and never got anywhere, and we'll go right down the list. That's all I'm trying to do. Take a vote when we need to.
Okay, it's on the agenda twice, so that's why I was wondering why we were. So I just wanted to make sure I understood what we were doing.
Okay, we're going right through these agendas as we see them in front of us. Mr. Clerk?
Do it now, we can come back to it.
No, we're finished. Go ahead.
Let's just keep going.
Keep going.
You want to do it now? Is the problem doing it
Correct.
now?
Continue.
Is
Continue.
there anybody
Mr.
from
Clerk.
the general public, Mr. Chairman? This was the clarification. Is there anybody from the general public that we still need to bring forward?
Yes.
Because we can take care of them and get this out of the way after that, out of curiosity, out of courtesy.
We have people here for the discussion on the 2 Beach Street extension.
Well, we're still underneath the town administrator's report.
Yeah.
So if it's the board's pleasure, you want to put the transfer down
Do
because
it
it's
under
on
town
D.
business?
Under town, we can do that, but let's go ahead and continue
Okay.
with your report.
Mr. Chairman, if I could, through you...
You're not going to go through all these now, are you, Mr.
No,
Town
we're
I
Administrator?
will
go-
defer to the chairman. Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Do you want to bring the, do you want to go back up to the...
Just go right on the street now. Go ahead.
Keep going.
Yep. On your town administrative report, we're going to continue on that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be as expeditious as I can. Item B, actually, go back to item A. In your board packet, you will see that local building inspector Andy Williams informed the administration that he had taken a position closer to his residence in Rhode Island. I'm working with Chairman Cruz and have in place, also with the Director Miles Burke, program to transition, to implement, and to also find a new building inspector. With that being said, through you, Mr. Chairman, if I could request that Member Holmes join Mr. Miles Burke and Ms. Elsa Miller, our Director of Assessment, in reviewing those applications and providing me with at least 3 qualified applicants going forward, and I'll keep you posted on the progress of this matter. We already have, we'll be making an interim appointment of an acting director very shortly and forwarding that to the board. Item B, we did receive a $5,000 grant award from our insurance agents, basically to put in place a program by which the public safety, we have a grant award for a new trailer, traffic control, and public safety enhancements that will be assigned to Mr. Gifford in the municipal maintenance area. So when we're doing things for traffic control, for accidents or other public safety matters, that in fact we have the appropriate safety traffic cones, safety barrels, reflective tape, and other types of safety equipment that come in handy. Item C, I just wanted to inform the board and members, excuse me, the listening audience, that I was proud to take part of the grand opening of the Rosebrook Medical Center on June 29th. As you know, this is an important economic development program that has come to life, bringing jobs and opportunities for Wareham residents, and also expanding space of South Coast Medical, and also increasing our local commercial tax base. You have in your board packet under item E, the Wareham Police Department crime report for the month of June. And on status report of ongoing projects, we are still working with a trust relative to the donation of property to the town, and that is being worked on by Dave Fichette, our Conservation Administrator. On the fiscal 2012 budget, I sent to the board electronically, the governor signed the fiscal 2012 budget for this fiscal year we're in. Today was his 10th day, and he did do that. There are modest increases to both the town appropriations as well as the school department, and we'll get you that worksheet, but we did forward the message and the information to the board this afternoon. The Deacon's school safety issues, the painting of the crosswalks have been completed in mid-June as part of our crosswalk painting program, and obviously ongoing working together with cooperation and update, working with the school committee on together we will work as one unit. That is the body of my town administrator's report, notwithstanding the transfers, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Andrews. Town business?
Do we have questions, Mr. Chair? I have a question. Through you to Mr. Andrews. Mr. Andrews, you skipped over number 2. I'm not sure what that...
That was with Mr. Bowen coming, that was Attorney Bowen coming before us through executive session, Mr. Holmes.
Oh, well, I actually have a question about town council. It's kind of disturbing to me for these years to hear local boards, and I don't know where you're at with this, but I've sat in on at least 3 meetings in the last couple of weeks where local boards say, we don't really care what the town did, what the Board of Selectmen did with their town council vote. We have our own lawyers. And we're going to continue to hire and pay these people. Well, if you recall, when we made a decision on town council, correct?
Yes.
We have a limited budget. And if these local, I think I said at that time, if we continue to allow local boards to continue paying the same old lawyers and continue to pay that money out, then there's no way we can make our budget on town council and what we spent on that whole package, right? So I'm just wondering if you had a plan or if you had an idea about sending a letter to these local boards about ceasing this practice. And every one of these phone calls need to come, just like everybody else, through either the chair or through you, to contact these lawyers. Because, Mark, we're going to get these bills.
Sure.
And they have no regard for our decision on this town council business, I can tell you that.
Mr. Chairman, the Selectman Holmes' point is well taken. I know a number of the board's activities have been curtailed to the degree that their council are being simulated into our overall program for with regards to town council, and I will take appropriate actions along those lines to continue to integrate those services into one council. That was the idea, to have an umbrella plan for town council activities, and if anybody thinks that the board council supersedes this body or town council, I will deal with them directly, Mr. Holmes.
And thank you very much for that. And I agree that you can do that to department heads. And at some point in the next, I think I'll try to have it ready for the next meeting of this board. We control local board chair people and local board members. So I will work very diligently over the next 2 weeks to have a Board of Selectmen motion ready and a policy to local boards that if they go out and we'll see where the board, how far the board wants to take this, but it's our appointees that are spending this money as well. And we need to curtail our appointees because you have no control over those folks. But you do have control over all the town departments. We need to make sure we get this under control. In my opinion, we're 11 days into a new year. We need to get this nipped in the bud right now before we get into September and we hear about $400,000 bills when we only have $250.
Mr.
Thank
Chairman,
you.
I will work through you, Mr. Chairman. I will work with Member Holmes on this, and it is a very serious matter. Thank you.
Now may we continue? Okay. Town business?
Mr. Chair, what is the general obligation ban sale?
Mr. Chairman, if I could ask Tracy Donovan to come forward through you, if I could answer Ms. Winslow's question. I'm sure Tracy will give us a better update. This is a borrowing anticipation note that's general housekeeping in the treasury of the town that Ms. Donovan will give us an update on in a very expeditious way.
Is this supposed to say bond?
Ban, borrow anticipation note. Tracy, if I could through you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Madam Clerk, thank you. Tracy, you're on.
Okay. Tracy Donovan Lynch, the Assistant Treasurer Collector. Can you hear me?
Closer,
Oh,
closer.
sorry.
Okay.
Okay, this...
You have to get up real close.
Okay,
I think I have the same problem.
here so that the Board of Selectmen can award 2 bids for the bond anticipation notes. One is for the Century Bank $1 million, and one is for TD Securities $1.199 million. This is a short-term. This is a short-term note. It'll be permanently financed in January.
Mr. Chairman, if I can also add, Mr. Foster had other commitments this evening, and it's always good to see Tracy filling in. Once again, this is a matter of housekeeping in the Treasury, and I would urge respectfully approval by the board. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any questions from the board?
I'd just like to mention The board can vote. The vote of the Board of Selectmen, I'm sorry, I don't know who has the packet. That needs to be voted on tonight. It can be read word for word and then voted on, or you can just vote it as written and vote that way. You don't have to read. It's in your packet right on top.
Through you, Mr. Chair. I have it right in front of me. Town clerk's pleasure.
I have to certify. I'm here to certify the vote. If you have to sign it, I have to witness your signature.
Right.
And then I have to swear you in.
In terms of, Madam Clerk, in terms of reading, are you comfortable with that shortened version and just...
Definitely.
Okay.
Definitely.
I need to verify to make sure that we... Okay, Mr. Clerk and the board. I make a motion... no, actually, I don't do that. Clerk of the Board of Selectmen, Town of Wareham, certified that a meeting of the board held July 12, 2011, of which meeting all members of the board were duly notified, at which a quorum was present. The following votes were unanimously passed. Motion to approve the sale of $2,199,000 general obligation bond anticipation notes of the town dated July 15th, 2011, payable January 19th, 2012, at par and accrued interest, plus the premiums indicated below, to the bids will be awarded to Century Bank for $1 million at a net cost of 0.7%, and TD Securities for $1.199 at a net $1,199,000 at a net interest cost of 0.7701.
Second.
Second by Kara. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? 5-0-0.
I believe before the town clerk can leave us for the evening, we have to sign this in front of you, Madam Clerk.
She has
Swear
to
us in.
Do it now, or I can wait.
We
It's up to you.
we could do it right now for you. I would not have a problem with that.
I think that's how we've always done it in the
Cruz,
past.
is that okay with you?
That's
Go ahead,
fine.
Madam Clerk.
That's fine.
It's yours.
Sign it now?
Yeah, we're going to do it right now.
Okay.
Sign it.
Do you have to?
You have to sign it first.
Oh.
Then you have to swear that you're really Steve Holmes.
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah, I would think you'd swear before you sign it. Okay, now this one. I'm going to try to keep these together.
If they go to the office, you solemnly swear that this is your signature. So they have to sign it.
This one here requires all members to sign. You guys want to just walk down this way and do this? So I can try to keep this together? Yeah, go
We
ahead.
have two signed.
Write down this list here. Are you watching?
I am, honest.
I'm going to sign Mike's name.
Yeah, okay.
That way I can try. We're going to try to keep this packet all in the same condition.
I hope so.
No, there's more. If we can try to keep
Shouldn't
this.
play like that on TV.
Thanks. Let me make sure these are all done at the same time. It's 3 copies. Well,
I'm not, I'm gonna go home.
Carrie,
I would wait, I
sign
mean, if they wanted to, I would
Walter?
wait, but
Get her
get it
done.
done, that's fine with me.
Cable. As the cable guy would say. Oh.
Is this the only one we have to sign?
There's yeah, probably should just done. 2, 3.
But he marks it. He always marks
See
it.
that? Go ahead, wax. I
Because the
need
last
to.
time I took it back,
It would do
and then
these
when I
3.
went through it, I
and that
noticed a
first
couple of, I
packet
missed
will
a
be
couple of
complete.
spots.
The reason why, because it was over on my left. So we need to know
And
Well, before I leave, I'll sit
Can you
with
feel
them
it?
and look through to make sure they signed everything. Why they're all there.
Is that it?
Getting it to town hall's not easy.
let's just finish this one, Mike, if you want to just jump back in. Thank you. That way, Mary.
Walter's pink shirt, that looks nice.
Ah, quick.
Him wearing a colored dress?
Quick draw.
It's probably his wife.
Okay. And you did that one. You did that one.
Probably his wife.
Walter,
If I know Joe well, it's probably
you do
him.
that one. Yeah, just don't write on my fingers.
Actually,
Oh my
with the
God,
coloring,
I could have
with
done
the
that.
shading, it looks nice.
If you were just gonna scribble.
Oops, we have a young wife.
Jeez. Go ahead.
Yeah. She's younger than me.
All right, Mr. Daigle, you're all set. Yeah.
Yeah, 73.
Yeah, we will.
Not that we guess it.
No.
But,
I've known him since I was a kid. I've known him. Known him a long time.
Perfectly good. Oh, you already did that. Okay, so then I'm right behind you on this one.
My mother knew
Please.
his parents.
And then I lost my place, so I
One of those
have to
Onset families.
scrap it. There it is. Okay. You know, it's all set now. Okay.
Well, I knew.
So who touched the papers? Okay, so this one's all set.
I was
This is all set.
10 when they got married.
Through here. Oh,
And
come on.
you know where the Four Square Church is in Onset? The Four Square Church in Onset?
Yeah, if everybody's
It used to be the Blue Plane, which was a nightclub. They had the reception there. I lived around the corner, so we all went to see the bride. It's a long time ago. Considering his son is 40,
What a guy.
his son is 46. So I was 10,
Mike.
57.
That's
Sorry,
nice to
I
have all that history
Oh
like
my
that,
God.
though. That really is. We've moved around so much that I don't know.
Grew up in Onset, lived in Onset all my life.
Yeah.
I've lived in Wareham the past 25 years, but Jack and I always lived in Onset. Zero. I voted for that. They should have something for expenses.
It seems, I wouldn't
But
say
see, people-
complicated, but there's just so many more issues. I don't know what it
Pay him
is.
as a vendor. I'll double check it before I leave.
I wish they would do that for the payroll and vendor warrants every week.
Make your life easier, wouldn't it? I don't have the energy anymore. I don't have the energy
In
anymore.
early, you work late, and a lot of hours.
But during the summer, remember, I take Mondays and Fridays off.
Still,
So, but I try to put in at least minimally 32 hours a week when I do that. That's the thing about being elected, because people will. That's why I fill out a timesheet. So, there's no question.
Right. Yep.
But for only 2, there's a lot of pages.
I'll be looking at tomorrow, because I'm doing payroll next week.
Well, I gave her the certified article, because she never, of course you need the certified article.
Looks like it's effective July 1.
It's supposed to be effective July 1.
Follow up with her on that.
Yeah, because she said to me, oh, I'm glad you called to tell me what it was. I would have never known. I'm like, how many years have you been doing this?
See, I've noticed you've been very stressed lately.
I can understand. I can empathize with the stress.
Yeah, oh, he does owe me. He offered me lunch. I said, well, we'll see.
I would have said for 5 days.
That was the last memo I got. I thought they wanted to get together.
Okay, I just need you to raise your right hand, please. And you'll understand why I asked you to sign first. Steve's got to raise his right hand. Do you solemnly swear that this is your signature and that you freely and willfully sign this document for the purpose contained in it?
I do. Yes, I do.
Okay, you're good.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're just going to say back up.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Bye, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tracy. I got a Steve Holmes for select.
Next one on the agenda is discussion of trash removal, and I think we had that on citizens' participation. 2 Beach Street extension. Mr. Town Administrator?
Mr. Chairman, if I could ask, Mr. Sui? Yep. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Sui, how are you tonight?
Not bad, how you doing?
Good, thank you. I know there was some legal issues relative to this, and I know that there was a lot of correspondence back and forth between our attorneys and your attorneys, and so maybe you can bring us up to, in an expeditious way, up
Sure.
to speed to Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Sure. Just a very brief background. Back in 2007, well, by the way, I'm Stephen Sui, President of Buzzards Bay Area Habitat for Humanity. Back in 2007, we were approached as an organization by then town planner Chuck Rickus with an effort to count some of our housing as affordable housing for the town, and to do that by putting some of our properties in the local initiative program. And it was recommended by Chuck for us to do it on existing properties, which we knew at the time couldn't be done. He assured us the HCD was going to be accepting existing properties. The president of the Habitat at the time went ahead and put affordable restrictions on 2 properties in the town of Wareham, one being Beach Street Extension, the other one is on Marion Road. And what happened was, of course, the HCD did not accept the properties. When the former president put these deed restrictions on, the attorney that we had at the time, nobody followed proper procedure. Town wasn't notified, DHCD wasn't notified, no application was processed. These deed restrictions were just placed with nobody's knowledge, nobody's acceptance. So since that time, we had leadership change in the organization. We also had a new attorney brought on. The attorney that we brought on saw these errors right away. Back in 2009 is when we retained Janice Robbins from Win & Win. She then notified the town that these deed restrictions were on the properties and needed to be corrected. Nothing was ever done. We, at that same time, had a leadership change within our organization. the ball got dropped. Nobody ever followed up on it. Then about 3 months ago, we started the process again. In the meantime, one of these properties, specifically the Beach Street extension, was foreclosed upon after not being paid for on it for, I think, approximately 4 years. We finally had to foreclose on the property. The property was then sold to Michael LaCava, who buys and rehabs homes. Yeah, it's done at a public auction. When we did the foreclosure, our attorney never sent out any notification to DHCD or to the town of Wareham because the deed restriction was invalid. She contacted DHCD. They said no notifications needed because the deed restrictions are invalid. So Mike then spent thousands of dollars rehabbing the property, sold the property to a young family. They're trying to close on it, and this issue came up again, which is when we got back involved in it, trying to clear these titles. And we've just been running into roadblocks trying to do that. Everybody agrees that it was an error on our part, but nobody, well, 4 attorneys agree on the process to clear it is to have Board of Selectmen just sign off saying that the deed restriction is released, basically because it's invalid. It doesn't count towards the affordable housing inventory, and it never will. It can never be accepted because DHCD, it doesn't fit their criteria. The one attorney who disputes it happens to be the town attorney, John Witten. Regardless of how many attorneys say that it's invalid, including the DHCD in-house counsel, Harriet Moss, says it's invalid. Every attorney that we have look at it says it's invalid, and the proper procedure is just to have you sign off, but we've been unable to do that, which is why we're here today. And I just want to introduce Michael LaCava, who did buy the property and is trying to transfer that, like I said, to a young family.
Hello, good evening. First, I'd like to thank Mark Andrews and Chairman Walter Cruz and the Board of Selectmen for hearing our statements. My name is Michael LaCava, and I am the current owner of the house in question. And these are the buyers, Ryan and Stacy McFarland, and their daughter, Lauralee. I think Lauralee has left the building. Looking to close and move in once we get this matter cleared up. I would like to thank all of you for taking the time to listen to us tonight. You heard all the facts and have copies of the memo that clearly define why we are asking for your support tonight to clear this matter. I believe everyone's received the memo from my attorney, Craig Medeiros, via email that clearly identifies all the information. As you have heard more than once from Town Council Attorney Witten, believes the affordable housing restriction, however placed, should be released only by town vote because the town has an interest that benefits them by the house being part of town's corporate portfolio of affordable homes stated in his memorandum on June 26. This simply is not true. The town has never had it in their portfolio because it was never recorded correctly, as you just heard. The town is not giving up anything. We are simply asking you to execute the release discharge to clear title to the property, which cloud on the title has been created by the improperly recorded affordable housing restriction. What this comes down to, if you don't sign the termination agreement, is the town gets nothing because it never had anything to begin with. If you do sign, the McFarlands get to close on their home and move in and be proud tax-paying citizens of Wareham. Dragging this out anymore is just going to cost the town more money in legal fees, along with myself, to get at the same result. I've been living in Wareham with my wife and 2 kids for 10 years, and I feel I've contributed to this community in many ways, serving on different committees and volunteering to help improve our way of life here. I've entered into buying many distressed and abandoned properties in this town, and have fixed them up, restoring neighborhoods and the quality of life for people. I know because people come up to me all the time during the renovation process and thanking me for cleaning up their street. This helps our tax base at the same time, which we can use. However, this is not just about me, but more so about the nice young couple trying to move into this property. And it has been extremely stressful for all parties. When the closing attorney for the buyer's bank recognized the restriction invalid, he simply asked for the town to sign off to clear the title. And none of us could ever imagine it would get this complicated. I certainly understand you had to get your town council opinion. However, the law is open for interpretation, and his differs from many others, as you can see. The state has gone on record stating the restriction is invalid. The attorney from Win and Win has repeatedly stated the same, and both my attorneys agree as well, and I pay for the memo you have to outline in detail all the valid reasons why. Most important, the closing attorney Gallagher for the buyer's bank is just looking for the Board of Selectmen to sign the release so we can close. We are not asking for any favors here. We're just asking you to look at the facts and use the power vested in you to solve a really simple matter at hand. And in your own mission statement, you state, the Wareham Board of Selectmen will try to provide the most services possible for all the citizens of the town of Wareham, considering the most cost-effective ways to deliver these services. We are all asking you here to follow this mission and do the most cost-effective and prudent thing for all parties involved here. Please sign the termination agreement in front of you to help clear this title so the McFarlands can move in and be proud Wareham residents. Thank you again for your time and consideration, and I'll be happy to take any questions as well.
And please keep in mind, too, this affordable restriction was placed on this property 7 years after the homeowner was in the property. So this didn't happen when she closed. It was 7 years after the fact. And the town didn't donate the land. The town didn't give us any break on the taxes, didn't give us any break on zoning or anything like that. There was nothing given by the town. That's why there's no beneficial rights to it. The town's really not giving up anything. It doesn't count for your affordable housing inventory. It's just simply fixing our mistake.
And this is all spelled out in the memo, which I believe you all have and hopefully all read.
Any questions from the
I
board?
guess that's a question for the board.
Mr. Begley.
I do have a couple questions, Mr. Cruz. Thank you. What prevents this couple from closing because of the deed restriction? Is it because of the purchase price of the home?
They can't get proper title insurance.
It's proper title insurance.
Correct. And the house, this house was assessed at, I think it was $256, and it sold for 188. So this did sell. If this was an affordable house, it actually would have sold for a higher amount, believe it or not. That's kind of screwed up the system.
That's going by the Boston.
I did read the various memo exchanges between amongst the attorneys, and I would hesitate to vote in opposition to town council. I would definitely feel better about the whole thing if town council would advise us in a direction, certainly the direction that he would be happy if it was in your direction.
He has advised that he feels the only way this matter can be resolved is through town meeting. And no one disputes that if the deed restriction was valid. However, the deed restriction is not valid, and the town has nothing to gain by not signing it. And that's where the
But that's where the opinions differ.
It's
correct.
And if our town council is advising us, I'm having a conversation about the memos.
I agree, yeah.
If our town council advised us not to vote, and that town meeting was the only way to resolve this issue, then I'm not sure how it would benefit this board to not comply with town council.
Well, I think you have to take town council's opinion and not fact and not necessarily law. You as the Board of Selectmen have the power.
But our town council is the one that is definitely looking out for the town's interest, and your attorneys aren't necessarily looking out for the town's best interest.
A decision, yeah, that's a decision you'll have to make by really validating all the facts.
Right, and DHCD is independent. They're not for us or against us or anything. DHCD's attorney said that this is invalid, that there's no way that these two properties can count. They can't go in the LIP program. They're ineligible. There's just no way. So therefore, that makes that deed restriction invalid. The fact that Attorney Winton spelled out specifically, as he stated, that there were stringent regulations to release a legitimate deed restriction.
If
Just as there is very stringent things to have a deed restriction placed, and none of those were followed.
if
I understand, I kind of understand that it was kind of convoluted. I understand that it may be true that the deed restriction was put on this inappropriately, but the fact is that it's a recorded deed restriction at this time. Is that correct?
Correct. It is a recorded
So
deed
it is what it is now. Whether it went on appropriately or not is not the issue that we're dealing with right now, because it's the fact is that it exists. Correct?
Right. It's an invalid deed restriction.
Right. And I don't think the town council is against you. I don't. I don't think they're against this couple. I don't think they're against you. I think they're for the town. They're trying to protect the town's best interest. So, I mean, it's just my personal opinion. And if we could get town council, I've not had a personal conversation with them at all about any of this. We've just kind of, I watched this email exchange occur.
I think that the question of the town council, who you know, I've tried to ask several times, but no answer is, you know, there is no benefit to the town to keep it or to vote at town meeting or anything like that.
But there may be harm by not following the letter of the law to the town.
If I may,
that's my concern.
Steve, let me, if I may, in the memorandum from Town Council Jonathan Winton, dated June 26, he states right in the last paragraph that it was and remains my opinion, unless until the affordable housing restriction is properly nullified, it remains an interest in land benefiting the town of Wareham and part of town's corporate portfolio. It's not part of town's corporate portfolio, so that's an inaccurate statement. And if I may also mention, to maybe hopefully this clarifies your question a little bit more, Ms. Bagley, and I'll read it directly from Attorney Craig Medeiros, who I hired and paid dearly to do the research on this, which I think he's done a lot more research than Town Council. No disrespect to Town Council, but he didn't do the research that I have in front of me here. And I'll read it to you verbatim. I do agree. He agrees with Witten. I do agree with the overall crux of your legal opinion, which in summary opines that provided the town of Wareham does have a legal interest in the real property, again, provided the town does have a legal interest in the real property, located at 2 Beach Street Extension, pursuant to an affordable housing restriction as set forth in deed dated March 20, 2008, and recorded at the Plymouth County Registry of Deeds in Book 35749, page 71. That the release of such restriction would require compliance with statutory procedures, including but not limited to a vote at the Wareham Town Meeting. However, from a review of the applicable facts and statutory guidelines, it is clear that the town of Wareham was never properly granted the benefit of the aforesaid affordable housing restriction. Accordingly, the relief being requested by my client from the town of Wareham Board of Selectmen is a discharge release to clear title to 2 Beach Street Extension, Wareham, Mass., and not, let me repeat, and not to release an interest in real property held by your client, the town of Wareham.
Mr. LaCava, I read those exchanges and I read those memorandums, and had that come from town council, I would sit here and I would, you know, kind of encourage the board to progress on this. But it did not come from town council. Our town council is the one that kind of advises us, and it has the interest of the town. That's just, you know, I'm just expressing my personal opinion, and I definitely...
Is that the feelings of the whole board issue?
No, I can't speak for the board. I can only speak for myself. Thank you.
I can respect that. Any other questions? Mr. Holmes? Thank you.
I would like to clarify one thing, that everybody keeps using the words town council. Our town council is not working on this case. Our town council is Attorney Rich Bowen. He is the lead counsel for the firm who represents town council. So Mr. Witten is acting on behalf of who, Mr. Chairman?
I'll turn that over to Mark Andrews.
That's a good point, Mr. Holmes.
Mr. Chairman, through you, and this was brought up earlier, thank you for that question. Attorney Witten, given his planning background and work on planning matters, and has had a number of exchanges with Mr. Sui, your counsel, or Mr. LaCava's counsel, so that Mr. Witten is working in concert with our town council If you would like Attorney Bowen to take a look at this, I'm happy to ask him to do that, or we could take it to that level.
Sure.
And I know Mr. Witten has tried to get back to your council to work out whatever details that we could. And as recently as this afternoon, that was still in process. So we held back on this, and perhaps it would be advisable, Mr. Chairman, that Attorney Bowen confer with Attorney Witten to make certain that we are on the right course. Because it is a matter of legal representation, whether this board or myself as town administrator
understand.
has the ability to undo what had been done in the past, right, wrong, or indifferent.
Sure.
And I would never begrudge anybody a place to live and to be able to close on their project. And we worked on this for a couple of weeks now. Is that correct, Mr. Sui?
4 months.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
Yes.
time goes by, but it's up to the body to decide what it wants to do. But I would like to be able to have a definitive recommendation from town council in accordance with what Attorney Witten has come up with, to verify what your attorneys have said as well.
Mr. Chair, who is paying Attorney Witten for this? Is it coming out of our legal expense, or is it
Yes,
coming
it
out of
is.
zoning? Where is this coming from?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, through our legal expenses.
And this only, as far as I can recall in the emails, only come up a few weeks ago. Why weren't you using town council and the land guy who wrote the rules?
The book. He wrote the book.
The book,
Yeah.
right.
Well, Mr.
That's
Chairman,
neither here nor there for you.
Right.
But I am trying to clarify who Mr. Witten is representing, because we keep saying town council, but I don't believe that to be the case. He's giving a legal opinion on a zoning issue or on this chapter 40B affordable issue, correct?
Mr. Chairman, through you, he is working with our town council, Rich Bowen. He is a specialist in the area of planning and development, and has been working in these areas for the town for many years. So he has given his opinion. If you'd like that opinion reviewed by other council, I'm happy to do that. But correct me if I'm wrong. He has been responsive to your attorneys. He has worked to give his opinion in order to try to resolve this matter, and that's been my impression from it. So that's my opinion, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman.
Well, I was just going to ask that, might just follow up, and then certainly I'll move on. But if I recall, this issue has been in front of us for about 3 weeks now, 4 weeks. You tried, certainly, sir. Are you the same gentleman I spoke to on the phone?
Beginning of June.
You tried to get in touch with us for a while. There was
6 weeks ago, yeah.
some response issues.
Yep.
And then you got in touch with Mr. Charbonneau through Rochester. And this has been ongoing now, I think, for like the last 3 weeks.
6 weeks.
Since you
Yeah, since
contacted
I-
me?
since
Has
I
it been
talked
that
to you,
long?
yeah.
Well, that's embarrassing enough. But, and as I understand it, the state has already signed off on this.
The state has not signed off yet, but they have said that, yes, they are signing off.
But they
on
have
it.
not.
No, they're waiting. Their procedures, town of Wareham, then they sign it. However, they will provide something saying that they are signing off on it. And if that's the case, that the town wants DHCD to sign first, we can do that as well. Attorney Harriet Moss, who's their in-house counsel, has stated unequivocally that she will sign off.
That works.
Mr. Snyder?
Well, I certainly understand your predicament, and I certainly feel for the family. I've heard the word facts bandied about a little bit.
Sure.
And that's part of the issue here, is there's a dispute about the facts. We don't have any formal legal opinions here. What we have are communications back and forth between attorneys.
Well, no, I'm sorry to interrupt, Michael.
I think he has the
Yes,
floor.
go ahead. I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman.
We don't have a formal legal opinion. We have memos and emails that go back and forth between several individuals, including a couple of attorneys. We don't have a formal legal opinion. We don't have an opinion from Harry Moss, DHCD's legal counsel. It would have been helpful for us to have that as part of our review packet. The fact that this has gone on for a number of weeks is certainly understandable, considering these documents aren't forthcoming. And I'm looking at a memo to Jonathan Whitten from Attorney Medeiros as recently as July 6th.
Yes.
Basically saying that maybe he hadn't seen a document that had gone back and forth. From my standpoint, Mass General Law is what dictates who can sign off on these issues. And from my standpoint, we have an obligation to the town, on behalf of the town, to make sure that what we're doing is completely legal. And I think the only way for us to do that is to have a formal legal opinion, which is not contained within any of these documents.
Yeah, and the reason I didn't pursue getting the actual form from DHCD is because Attorney Whitten told me he didn't care. It didn't matter to him what DHCD said. It doesn't matter if they reject it or not. He's still of the opinion that it has to go before town meeting.
Well, you know,
I'd be more than happy to get that form.
And
Yeah.
from my standpoint, any documentation that you can provide.
Yeah, I certainly can.
But until such time, for me, again, it's a matter of, you know, I do have to, we do have counsel that represents the town of Wareham on this issue and other housing-related issues and zoning issues. And I believe that we need to follow his advice. And I wouldn't be prepared to do anything with this until I have a formal legal opinion.
Through you, Mr. Chair, to Mr. Snyder. The memo that you have, and I'm not sure the legal wording, if this is a legal document or a legal memo, it is my attorney's legal opinion. Is there something in addition to this? So you're looking for us? Maybe you can tell me specifically what it is that, in addition to this, just to state what you said about Massachusetts general law. If you don't mind, I just like to read this because maybe I'm missing something here. And this is in reference from my attorney to Mr. Whitten. As you correctly indicate, the subject affordable housing restriction is imposed under Massachusetts General Law 184, Section 131-32. However, just as Massachusetts General Law 184-31-32 sets forth a strict regimen for extinguishment of an affordable housing restriction, because this is what you're referring to, Massachusetts General Law, in a similar manner, it also sets forth similar stringent requirements concerning the creation of such an affordable housing restriction. In particular, Massachusetts General Law 184-32 provides that approvals of restrictions and releases shall be evidenced by certificates of the Secretary of Environmental Affairs, of the Chairman, Clerk or Secretary of the Massachusetts Historical Commission, or the Commissioner of Food and Agriculture, or the Director of Housing and Community Development, or City Council or Selectmen of the town, as applicable, duly recorded and registered. In the subject case, no such certificate of approval of the subject affordable housing restriction was ever granted and issued by either the Director of Housing and Community Development or the Board of Selectmen of the town of Wareham, nor was such certificate of approval ever recorded. Sorry to be redundant, but it seems to me that this really spells things out pretty clearly.
Okay,
But I just want to know what, in addition,
I'm going to cut you off right here. You made your point.
Okay.
Both you and your lawyer. We have one more
Sure.
selectman to go.
Sorry for taking up so much time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The first thing that I'm going to say is that we hired a law firm specifically because they wrote the book on land use and these types of issues, and I don't know why we're not using that law firm. I don't know why we have to come here when you have a young family who's already been held up, whose financing could be endangered by any further delay here, and now we're going to go to our law firm to get an opinion. Why wasn't that done originally? I mean, that's what we hired those folks for, because these kind of issues have cropped up quite a bit, and we know that there are other issues out there. So I'm not understanding, if the town does not hold a restriction on this home, the house is no longer owned by Habitat for Humanity, so there's no potential for Habitat to ever seek any type of affordable housing restriction. They've let the house go. It's gone to foreclosure. Would you like me to make a motion to go after the hour of 10? I so moved.
Motion made second, go after 10. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
So I guess I'm looking at this more from the perspective of, what risk is the town in if we continue to delay this over and over again? And what interest does the town have in something that doesn't exist? That's the part that I'm not understanding.
Mr. Chair, to respond to Mrs. Winslow, as I said earlier, this is such a convoluted issue, and it's been ongoing for some years. And the fact that whether it was supposed to be on there or not is kind of moot at this point. The fact is that it exists. It's an existing deed restriction, and I'm just saying that we have to proceed in a legal manner, because I don't not only want to do the town a disservice, I don't want to do this couple a disservice either.
Well, but that's
and if we are not within a legal parameter to clear their title, then we're kicking the can down the road for something else. So I'm just saying that, granted, we're seeing this exchange of memorandums. It doesn't, I don't know if we have all of them. I don't have a legal opinion, like a formal, dear Board of Selectmen, from our attorney that was directed to me, or their several attorneys that were directed to them. That's what I would like to see. I would like to see formal opinions about this.
Well, and through you, Mr. Chair.
You had your lawyers, we have ours. You're listening to your lawyers, we're listening to us. We're not going to act until we get the definite answer, whatever it is, yes, no, indefinite, from either lawyer. Now, what we could do, everybody's talking about this lawyer and that lawyer. We have one lawyer on it, we can put the other lawyer on it. If they come back with the same answer, that's going to be the end of the story. So all we're going to do, we need legal advice like everybody else needs it, else we wouldn't even have a law firm.
Yeah.
Why have a law firm?
Yeah.
Everybody comes up and says their lawyer is telling us to do something.
No, I
We
agree
wouldn't
with you.
need it. So the idea is that's why we hire them, that's why we pay them, and why pay them no matter whether it's A, B, or C attorney, that's what we're paying them for. I don't care who the attorney is. He's just as competent as anybody else. But they're looking out after their client. And the way you approach people is the way they answer you. They're going to answer you to what you want to hear. We have some, until we get definite information on this, as far as I'm concerned as chairman, they can take a vote on it tonight, but we need to listen to our attorneys. That's what we pay them for. Sorry.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Chair.
if I may.
Yeah, wait, I think Carol was.
Well, I wanted to respond to Mrs. Begley and say that this issue has been ongoing for quite some time. And why it wasn't given to our attorneys quite some time ago is a question I would really like an answer to, but putting that aside for right now, what kind of liability are we opening ourselves up to with further delay if this couple loses their financing and it takes another year to sell this house? I'm really concerned about that. And I'm also concerned that we know that some of these lips that weren't done properly aren't counting towards our affordable housing quota. And that's something that goes back to boards as a problem. And it shouldn't have to take somebody buying a property to figure out that these things are out there and exist. We have to deal with them. Because, I mean, this is going to affect real people's lives.
Mr. Chairman, I'd also like to just quickly point out that if we don't take care of the deed restriction, which is recorded with the Plymouth County Registry of Deeds, that's another potential title issue going down the road if the Board of Selectmen improperly vote. I believe that there has been an email exchange as recently as today, and I could be mistaken, and an invitation for the attorneys to sit down in a room and kind of work this issue out. Am I correct in that?
Yes.
I would suggest that we make that happen immediately so that we can move forward, because I do think it's an issue that needs to be resolved regardless, and I am, cognizant of these folks sitting in the back of the room.
Yeah. I would just ask that, you did mention, using the true town council.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, I believe that whatever board or the bill is paid through the town, and the gentleman who is representing us on this matter is town council for this issue. I know that he represents he represents us on several other housing-related issues. He's an expert in his field.
Okay, well, all right. Like I said, you know, he was just adamantly opposed to listen to the DHCD or anybody else other than his opinion.
Okay.
Well, as of right now, we will have another attorney look at it, and they'll put their facts together, and we'll come back with you at a later date. Unless the board...
Can we take a vote? Can we take a vote?
Mr. Chair, I'm not sure how quickly we can get back to this, but I mean, this situation has gone on
It's been
now.
going on, if I heard correctly, over 4 years.
Well, but this situation for this
It's been going on for
particular
4
sale.
years, and we heard about it 3 weeks ago.
No,
And since 3 weeks, we've put somebody on.
not 3 weeks.
That's when it's been brought to our attention. So, is there a motion? Or else we'll end this right now and put you on the table for another session when we get our lawyers together.
I would just suggest that we get the attorneys in a room together as quickly as possible. I don't think that requires a motion.
And would that be Richard Bowen and someone referred to the land guy? Who's the land guy for the town?
Well, you know, that'll be up to us who we put as our
okay.
attorney. Thank you very much. Yes, Mr. Holmes.
Mr. Chairman, you know, to put something else, you know, off indefinitely, I'm not with that. So
We didn't say indefinitely. We
well, you
said
did. You
we'll
said
put
you're
them
gonna
back
you're
on
gonna.
the agenda. It's not indefinite.
Well, what I'd like to do, if you'd let me finish, Mr. Chairman,
No, Steve. I'm gonna cut
You're
you
gonna
off.
what? I'm asking you a
Cut
question.
you off.
Cut me off.
What did I say? Did I say indefinite? No, I didn't. We're going to
You
put
said it
you
was gonna
back
be
on the
tabled.
agenda as soon as we get information. We've been putting you on the agenda for the last 4 weeks. And it's going to stay on the agenda. But when we get information, and we're not going to jump two hoops because your lawyer says something or our lawyer says something. We want to be fair to the people of the town of Wareham. And we're going to do it the legal way and the right way. Mr. Holmes?
So if I could, Mr. Chair, that's what I was trying to say before you objected, and I'm trying to get to a point where we set a deadline or a timeline on
There's
this.
no deadline, Steve.
You can't
Whenever
just
we get
keep
the
going
information-
week after week after week, meeting after
Mr.
meeting.
Snyder just suggested we get our lawyers on it as soon as possible.
Right.
So that's what we're
I agree with Mr. Schneider.
All we're doing is being redundant. We're going to get the lawyers on it as soon as possible. What else are we going to do?
All I'm suggesting is
Besides
that
signing and we aren't. What else are we going to do?
all I'm suggesting is that we follow Mr. Schneider's opinion, get the lawyers together, but put a time frame on it. That's all I'm suggesting.
ASAP.
Well, ASAP means a lot of
Because
things to a
in the
lot of
last
different
2
people.
weeks-
Can
In the last week, they've been transcribing letters back more readily than they did before. So everything is going a lot quicker. And they have most of the information that they've been researching, so it should be a lot easier.
Mr. Chair, I'd be more comfortable if we said we were going to put this on the agenda for some type of resolution on the 26th, which is our next regularly scheduled meeting.
Okay, it's been on the agenda for the last 3 weeks. We just keep it on the agenda. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Sui and Mr. LaCava, if in the interim period, if you could send to the town administrator or to the Board of Selectmen the additional documentation that you might have for backup, it would be greatly appreciated.
Thank you.
Okay, and thank you very much, and we'll keep you informed.
Thank you for your time.
Now, Mr. Clerk, I think we're going back to the year-end transfer.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. To get back into the year-end transfers, we were on item number 3, which is a transfer to general service postage. Surely, Mr. Chairman.
Can you take over for 5 minutes? Mr. Holmes?
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, this is with respect to increased postage related to charter questions that were placed on the ballot pursuant to a vote at fall town meeting that were incurred, and I think Madam Clerk was still here. She just left. No, that's okay. But here's an example of what we're looking at that this was a document that had to be printed and sent to every household in town with postage of 44 cents. So this is moving funds available in the harbor master salary line to general service postage. I would respectfully urge favorable vote on this matter.
Mr. Interim Chair,
Mrs. Winslow?
I'm obviously not a lawyer, but even to a layperson, when you read Mass General Law, Chapter 44, Section 33, and I would have liked to have printed it out for everybody, but I always have computer issues when it comes to my printer, I am really confused as to how we're allowed to make a transfer like this.
Mr. Chairman, if I could answer that question, we are following Chapter 44, Section 33.
Mr. Andrews to answer Mrs. Winslow's question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We are following Chapter 44, Section 33 to a T. That would allow us, within the budget that had been approved at town meeting, as submitted by myself through the Board of Selectmen, to once again cover unforeseen charges related to a charter guide that was relevant to ballot question number 1, and once again printed materials that we did not know when we began the fiscal year that we would have this unforeseen expense.
Well,
and that's what the chapter of that law is about, Member Winslow.
Thank you, Mr. Andrews. I can read. My concern here is that those went out quite some time ago, and we made transfers when we were at town meeting. Town meeting's the people who set the budget. How did we not know that an expense, I mean, I can understand some of the smaller ones, but $7,300 we didn't know about?
Mr. Andrews?
Mr. Chairman, through you to Member Winslow, I have a return to sender that was once again relevant to spring town meeting and questions on the ballot that was sent out on March 17th. So we were into the 4th quarter of the fiscal year as it relates to expenses. Once you get the bill in and once you check it to make certain that, once again, that it was printed properly and the postage that went along with it. It's pretty straightforward, Mr. Chairman, and I would just ask for a vote. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I move favorable action on item number 3. General service postage.
Second.
Oh, I didn't hear.
Motion made, seconded.
Favorable action on number 3.
Favorable action. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
No.
There's no questioning. I'll vote no if I couldn't answer ask my question. 3-2.
3-2-0.
I'm pulling item number 4. That item has been worked out within the department between the town assistant accountant and the acting director of the department, so there's no need for a vote on item 4. If I can move on to item number 5. This was funds available in the streetlight account for insurance matters relative to general liability for the town and unemployment. The breakdown is as follows: $6,947 for general liability, $11,153 for unemployment costs. I would urge your favorable review and consideration. Thank you.
I move favorable action on item number 5, streetlights.
Second.
Aye.
Aye.
No.
Excuse me. Mr. Chairman, through you, item number 6, sick leave. This is part of our sick leave buyback, which has been reduced in budget items, but there is $1,000 left over to personal services advertising. I would urge favorable review and consideration of this transfer of $1,000.
What was the advertising?
Additional advertising, through you, Mr. Chairman, additional advertising costs through the fiscal year relative to postings of legal ads in the newspaper.
The postings of what?
Ads in the newspaper.
Ads in the newspaper.
Move favorable action, number 6.
Second.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Mr. Chair, I'm not understanding what happened to number,
Which one?
hang on one second.
Number 4 was pulled.
I'm not understanding what happened to number 4.
It was pulled.
Pulled?
It was pulled. P-U-L-L-E-D.
Oh, so
Pulled.
the transfer is not taking place?
No.
No.
Why did we ask for it in the first place? Was there another source?
It's all set.
Within the department, Steve, they had worked out the journal entries within the department itself. Mr. Chairman, on item number 7, if I could, this is assessors dollars being moved over to the building inspector. If I can ask Mr. Burke to come forward. This is to cover increases in work assignments for the department. There's an attached letter from Mr. Burke, and it covers, once again, the building inspector's office as well as the Inspectional Services Division. Mr. Burke.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the Board of Selectmen. To start with, the budget seemed that I inherited was underfunded in several areas where we had really a full-time building department with part-time staff. In addition to that, we encountered an unusual amount of cars going into buildings. We had 5 cars this year go into buildings that the fire department, under the code, needs to call out building inspectors or gas and electrical inspectors if meters need to be disconnected. And similarly, there was about 6 fires that they were called out on. There is a fund within the budget that allows for their alternates to fill in for vacations, but that cannot be accessed for them doing their regular hourly jobs. So that would be only for their alternates. So it resulted in probably about 2,400 permits within the department that resulted in almost 7,000 inspections. The revenues continued to exceed what was projected. We had approximately a $240,000 spend in the department with over $300,000 in revenue coming in this year. We did have 3 40B projects, which was they require multiple inspections for each apartment by all the disciplines. We also had, of course, the terrific project at AD Makepeace, their 67,000 square foot medical office building that required hundreds of inspections, and also build out of maybe 6 or 7 of the final stores at Wareham Crossing. So those additional inspections, I did talk with Mr. Andrews during the year, as well as Ms. Zaleski and Mr. Sanjanet, to get the building inspector a few more hours within that framework. And this is a net transfer, speaking with town accountant now, of $12,000 from the assessors department, with probably about $4,000 to $5,000 in residual accounts from both the alternate fund and various expense accounts that will funnel down to the general fund at the end of the year, leaving probably a net result of an $8,000 spend over and above the initially projected budget.
Thank you, Mr. Burke. Mr. Chairman, through you, I move favorable consideration and action on this item. Ask for.
Mr. Chair, this is one of the tabled items from the Finance Committee.
Mr. Chairman, if I could, we are presenting additional information to the Finance Committee that Mr. Burke has put in writing tomorrow evening, and I will be asking for their favorable review of this matter once again. to be able to balance from an assessor's line where we had additional funds left over to building inspector division. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I have a question, Mr. Cruz. I really don't recall. It was a long FinCom meeting last week. Was this tabled because they were looking for additional information about this specific sum of money, or was this tabled because they wanted more information about the trends? Because there was some...
Through you, Mr. Chair, to answer the question, it was, I believe the line of questioning was twofold. They did want to see some of the trending in increased spending and additional inspections that were being required from some of the permitting. So I was going to provide some of the permitting numbers to them, but also they did, the second part of their question wanted to know the fund balance in assessors that would be left in assessors. So it was being transferred from there. I wasn't clear on what their fund balance was in assessors. I could only speak at that FinCom meeting to what was in my department.
So do you have that information now, Mr. Burke?
I believe Derek can answer that.
Good evening. Derek Sullivan, Town of Wareham, financial analyst. The current fund balance is $55,141. So if we take the $12,000 out, that'll leave us with $43,141.
So it was that information, and then they just kind of wanted to know 2009, 10, 11 trends
Yes,
in inspectional services.
Right. And I also spoke with that the last 2 years we've seen in even a down economy a real good upswing in the amount of permitting as well as the amount of revenue that permitting was bringing in. I believe the close of last fiscal year there was almost 380,000. This fiscal year there's well over 200,000. And looking at some of the projects on the drawing board for the likes of a Walmart, AD Makepeace with their hotel, 3 other buildings of a restaurant, pharmacy, and bank, as well as some additional housing, and a second phase of their medical office building. They're looking to build pretty much the same building, only about 5,000 square feet larger to be 72,000 square feet. So based on those, there's a $1.6 million fit out and improvement to the depot crossing from South Coast. Just those alone would bring in an additional $100,000 in permitting revenue. So the trends that I see look good for the town, but we were trying to put together a little more information for them.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Snell.
I certainly appreciate the Finance Committee's desire to do trending or future analysis. But I think at the end of the day, everyone, both the Finance Committee and on the Board of Selectmen, realize that we need to make these transfers in order to keep the budget in balance. So I would...
Mr. Chair.
I think Mr. Snyder has the floor right now.
I would urge the board to consider that, you know, in thinking in relationship to these questions. I understand you may have questions, but at the end of the day, we have until what date? Friday, to make a decision on these items.
Mrs. Winslow.
Well, and I've said it before, and I'm going to say it again. We always get this stuff at the last second, and we're up against the 11th hour trying to make these decisions. I mean, how can a salary line go into deficit? How can no one know that a salary line is $12,000 in deficit? Nobody figures this out until after the year closes. I mean, I understand that there are going to be things that come up during a year, and that there are going to be excesses in some places and deficits in others, but I do not ever remember watching a Board of Selectmen sit at the end of the year and go through a packet like this of transfers. And I don't understand it, and I don't know why I don't like being feeling like my back is up against a wall for some of this stuff. And it's just not right, Mr. Chair. This kind of thing should be brought to us prior. This is something that people should have noticed, and maybe it's a software issue. Other people have said they couldn't get the reports, and I can understand that. But folks need to know what their budget is and where their money is so that they can make decisions going forward for their departments. And if they're going to come up short, then they should be before the Finance Committee a long time before the middle of July.
Mr. Chairman, if I could, through you, to Member Winslow, this is the process for all towns. You have 15 days through July 15th to cover the accounts payable period. And that means that we are getting to the final payments for all of our expenses and payroll, and that is the normal process. Unfortunately, because this has been written up in our audit reports, we have appropriation deficits. We are now taking a proactive stance to avoid appropriation deficits, and that's what we're trying to do here tonight, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Any other question from the board?
So if I'm hearing correctly, we don't give a rip what the Finance Committee says.
Mr.
At this
Chairman,
point, we're just trying to vote these through and get them done today, so we wouldn't need to meet on Thursday.
Mr. Chairman, through you.
I think it was 6-2 on this.
Well, because I was asked this morning about a meeting on Thursday night to go through these table items after they were presented to the Finance Committee. So am I hearing tonight that that's not the case?
Mr. Chairman, if I could, through you, the idea behind Thursday was just to give us an additional day if we needed it to take up whatever action up that would be required. Finance Committee is going to take these matters up. I talked with Chairman Heath this afternoon as a regular planned exercise that they set last week. And once again, this was just to give us an additional day if we needed it. And I'm not certain that we do, but just to give us some additional flexibility, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I move to favorable action on item number 7, assessors.
Second.
Second by Ellen. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Aye.
Aye.
3-2-0.
Mr. Chairman, if I could, thank you, Mr. Burke. Ask Mr. Campina to come forward with respect to item number 8. Guy, a very Reader's Digest version, but answer any questions relative to this. It's within the lines of the enterprise fund, and within the lines, Mr. Campina will give you the breakdown.
Thank you.
You can say something, Guy. But
what I'm asking to do is transfer money from the expense side into the salary side. I gave you a copy of what I call my Bible. That was the budget presented to me. I followed it diligently and faithfully. What it turns out is that was actually appropriated or given at the town accountant's office was $160,000 that was supposed to be in the salary side was actually put into the expense side. So what all I'm asking is to move $93,000 of it because of some diligence and cuts we made. Just 93, not the 160. It's that straightforward.
Mr. Chair, through you. So this was a clerical error, an entry error.
Yes.
What was appropriated wasn't what was entered into the.
Correct. 700 ballpark. I got it here. $706,000 was for the salaries, as actually 548 went in. 4.7 was supposed to be for expenses. 5 million went in.
Okay.
So we're just flipping it around to cover it. That's all we're doing.
I understand that. Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? No other questions? Can I entertain a motion?
Move favorable action number 8.
Second.
Favorable motion. Seconded. Kara? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? 5-0-0.
Thank you.
thank you, Guy.
Mr. Chair, I move favorable action on number 9.
Motion.
Second for discussion. What is the police drug money LET?
Mr. Chair.
What is the budget line item that you're looking to take the money out of? And you already heard my speech about salary deficits, so I won't repeat it, but what is that line item? Can that be used for anything we want, or is it specific?
No, I'm trying to put as much money as I can in the regular salary account.
Right.
So we stopped all spending in other areas to try to fill a void in the salary account.
Right, but what is this account?
What is LET?
The
Law Enforcement Trust Fund, LET, Law Enforcement Trust. That's drug seizures and so forth.
So when you take in money from a drug bust, it goes into this fund.
Right, and we're putting it to, we're trying to get money into the salary line items and so forth, correct?
Right, but are there any restrictions on this fund?
No, I go through them all the time. We are fully within all confines of the federal government rules and regulations.
So we can spend it on anything we want?
No, not on anything you want. It can be used for protracted investigation and so forth to supplement the budget.
Okay.
Any other question from the board?
Do you want me to ask my question about the second number 9? We have 9A and 9B.
Oh. Would you take back your second, Mrs. Winslow?
You want me to take back my second?
Yeah.
Okay.
I've identified the first one, police drug money, is 9A on the report. So I move favorable action to approve the transfer of $3,000 on 9A.
Second.
Any more discussions? Have a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? 5-0-0.
Move favorable action on 9B, police gift, S&W, $3,000.
Second for discussion.
Police salary.
Second for discussion by Kara.
What is police gift?
Money that has been sent into us. We get donations and so forth to be used to help out the department. People will send in a gift and so forth. There's a gift account, and we're trying to strip that out and use it to assist in the salaries.
So when people send you money, they don't put for specific things like to buy guns or to buy tasers.
Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't.
How do we keep track of that?
They keep track. They have a spreadsheet back at the station.
Okay. So this $3,000 isn't for anything that's designated?
No.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Just
Any
briefly,
other questions?
Mr. Chairman, through you to Chief Steele. So these items are all within your budget that you submit on an annual basis?
Correct.
Okay. They're just
Any other questions?
I would
If not, motion was first and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? 5-0-0.
Animal control is number 10. I move favorable action, transfer of $8,000 from animal control salary to police salary.
Second.
Motion made, second by Mike. No, any other questions? If there aren't any questions, all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? 5-0-0.
Chief, I did have a question. Does the animal control officer report to you?
Yes.
I'll call you. It's not that what I heard the other day is in that comment about an animal control officer. I almost got attacked at a baseball game, so I'll give you a call in regards to that.
Yeah, definitely. Someone should call. We'll
Yeah.
get on it right away. Absolutely.
So Steve, did you want to say A on that one?
Yeah, that's I have to assign that one 10A.
We'll just say 10B and then we'll be straight.
10B is 10B is the police expense budget. $17,000 transfer to police salary and budget.
I'll second for discussion. What is the deficit in the salary line items?
Substantial.
Well, I'm getting that impression.
Yes.
Did you not get like monthly reports or?
Absolutely. We've been working diligently over the course of the last 7 months, and we have memos to back that up, in an effort to fix the salary deficit, but we were faced with multiple problems, i.e., 3 or 4 retirements that cost us $57,000. $51,000 needed to take care of academy salary costs to fix the problem of all these people being out of work. So we're paying for those people. Multiple officer injuries that go back over the course of the fiscal year that we anticipated as problems and have been trying to fix. In military leave, with officers off in a military leave. All of these things have wreaked absolute havoc in this budget. So what we did is we put every stopgap measure we could possibly put into play immediately around, I'd say in the mid-December range, where Mark and I tried to stop as much bleeding as we possibly could. We were met with certain contractual obligations, in addition to the fact that the department was also faced with minimum manning standards that we had to maintain for the safety of the men as well as the community. Very similarly to the position that Department of Public Works finds themselves in at times over snow and ice, where some of these unanticipated situations can wreak havoc on the budget. So due to that, what has happened is there were certain things I could control, like putting off as much spending as possible. I was able to save $17,000 in expenses by putting off as much as I could possibly put off, to the detriment of the department, but to assist in plugging the hole for salaries. So that is why you see some money left over in expenses as opposed to salary line item.
Is this issue corrected in the FY12 budget?
No, it is not.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Through you, Mr. Chairman. Chief, is this regular salary or is this overtime? Or you consider it all the same?
I'm just considering the bottom line, the fact that our salary budget is in deficit, correct?
Yeah, but is it regular salary that's in deficit or is it overtime?
Well, I think it really doesn't, when you look at it, because we're
It matters
down
to me because that's the question I'm asking.
Yeah,
is
if
it
you're
regular
down,
or is it overtime that's dragging this down?
dragging us down probably is the fact that overtime had to be expended to fill these 5 voids plus all the injuries. At times the department was down approximately, and I've got the number here, we were down at times.
While you're looking at that, I just have, I'm not asking you for a lot of detail. We should know whether it's regular or overtime. The academy cost should have been known when we decided to put those young people on. So you knew about that money. It was going to cost us money in the academy. Have we put any of these officers on duty? I was asked that question this week.
These officers graduate from the academy.
The 7 that we decided to hire 6 months ago.
We grabbed 2
7
lateral
months ago.
civil service transfers to help reduce some of
Right.
the overtime. And in addition to that, we put 5 through the academy. Those 5 who are in the academy are due to graduate in a couple of weeks. You're going to see overtime dramatically decreased. This year's budget is fine. The trouble was we had to fix the problem with all those retirements and injuries and so forth. That's what we've done.
Do we pay them while they're in the academy?
Yes, you pay them on a regular salary they get for Recruit Academy, correct.
Any other questions?
There was about, Mr. Chairman, through you, there was about $70,000 or $80,000 worth of pay that came from the police salaries that came out for retirement as well, correct? Which was a large chunk of that, I believe, Steve. Is that correct, Chief?
I'm sorry.
There was a large chunk on the order of maybe $70,000 that came out that was paid out to officers who retired and had accumulated pay, which is a large chunk of.
That's correct. Plus military leave and everything. And
Right.
I'm sorry, Selectman Winslow. the issue you brought up, and I didn't quite hear it, but the issue you brought up, is the problem fixed? Absolutely the problem is fixed. And in 4 weeks, when these guys get out of the academy, everything's going to be dramatically repaired because we're back up to where we should be without affecting the minimum officers in the street. So yes, the problem is fixed.
Well, I appreciate that, Chief. I guess my frustration is that if we've known about some of these for a long time, we did bring to town meeting a number of different transfers. I just don't know why these weren't brought before the body that sets the salaries in the budget, because I do think it's important for town meeting to understand what our needs truly are and how a retirement or an injury can actually affect and have a dramatic impact on a budget like a police budget that's 365 days a year, 24 hours a day. It's not like you can just close down. So but it's not, I'm not frustrated with you per se. I'm frustrated at the packet.
Any other questions? There aren't any other questions. There was a motion made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? 500.
Number 11, CPF Police Infrastructure, $10,000 to salary. Move favorable action.
Motion made and seconded. There aren't any questions? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? 500.
I guess we go into
Thank you, Chief.
municipal maintenance.
Thank you,
Chief, very much. Okay.
Thanks, Chief.
Mr. Gifford?
Mr. Gifford. Number 12. Salary regular to R&M vehicles, $25,000, state mandated for safety. Move favorable action.
Second for discussion. Mr. Gifford,
Made and seconded. Questions?
you had $25,000 left over in a salary account?
No, actually, 50,000. That 50,000 was actually,
Could you speak into the microphone a little closer, Mr. Gifford?
yes, through you, Mr. Chairman, to Selectman Winslow. That there was 50,000 that was charged back to the Water Pollution Control Facility for my mechanics' time working on their equipment, for my time overseeing the construction of the sewer projects, and my secretary's time for billing.
Now, do you anticipate that we're going to have that same scenario in this upcoming year? Is that budgeted in this coming year?
I don't anticipate it, although we did have some expenses that I can't say they went unforeseen, but such as we almost doubled our propane cost. In fact, we more than doubled it. We budgeted $10,000. We expended $2,103. So that gives us a deficit of $11,000. We had a large deficit in contracted services, and that is a list of things that just popped up off the top of my head. We've got a brand new boiler in this building, but there are 2 heat units on the roof that we were constantly repairing. The Tremont Nail Factory, we had a major problem with the sprinkler system, which were mandated to keep up and running, so that there were a number of issues as far as contracted services that we did have to pay for.
So we're paying for the upkeep of Tremont now?
We're discussing, Mr. Chair, through you, we're discussing number 12. R&M vehicles. We're not discussing contractors.
Point taken.
If we could just try to keep them separate, please.
Oh,
Otherwise you're going to
you know what?
confuse the heck out
I'm
of me.
exhausted, and he said for something about sprinklers for safety, and that's what this says, state mandated for safety, so.
It says repair and maintenance of vehicles.
Repair and maintenance of vehicles, yes.
So this is only, this first 25,000 is only for vehicles?
That's correct. We had a number of holes. We plugged them all, and I just took the 2 things. We were way under budgeted for repair of maintenance of vehicles, obviously.
Any other questions? Motion made and seconded. There are any? All in favor? All opposed? 500.
I can ask it on this one, I guess. Number 13, maintenance,
You do 12B?
salary, another
It's
12B.
12B.
Well, that's our problem, we can't count. That's why we have so many of these. He's going by departments here. Mr. Gifford, 12B, at the bottom of the page, MMTB salary, to outside contractors, $25,000, and there's a notation, the annual town meeting, 2010. Move favorable action.
Motion made, second by Allen. Any questions?
Yeah.
You can
I'm
do it.
sorry, go ahead.
No,
you
no, really, go ahead.
Mr. Gifford, through you, Mr. Chair, to Mr. Gifford and your administrator, I guess, at the same time. You really don't have $50,000 in unspent salary money.
No, that money was back charged to the treatment plant, moved into my salaries account. Now we're taking
Right.
it from the salaries account to offset the expenditures.
Because with the few men that you do have, and the overtime that you do have to pay, and everything else that these guys are out there doing in terms of their salary, you don't have... I don't want this to sound to people like there's $50,000 laying around in the municipal maintenance department that we refuse to pay our employees
You're correct.
in salary.
You're
Correct?
This was a back charge to the wastewater treatment plant.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any other questions?
I just have a quick question, Mr. Gifford. Outside contractors,
So a host of things. We had a small drainage job done by a local contractor. We had a tree service come in and take down a number of dangerous trees along our roadways.
so all of those things, because I know that there are very few men and women in your department, so you're kind of contracting out those small jobs as opposed to having...
Right. For example, the tree service.
Mhm.
They would come into town. They'd take down several trees in the course of a day. We really got a bang for our buck.
Mhm.
If we went out with our men, we just don't have the capability to do those things.
So this is the assorted small jobs.
Right.
Thank you.
Any other questions? There aren't any other questions? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? 500.
Okie dokie. We're now up to number 13.
Mr. Chairman, if I could
From
frame...
the audit
Yes.
to the town planner's salary, the amount of $28,000. Reason, Art 1, fall town meeting reduced planning by $33,000. Finance committee tabled this one 8-0-0 unanimous. I wasn't at the meeting, so. I guess we'd make a motion, favorable action.
Second.
Motion made, second. Any questions?
Yeah, I want to ask through you, Mr. Chair, to you and Mr. Schneider, who were at the meeting, why did the town, why did our finance committee table this?
The actual backup is in the packet that we received, Steve. It's in relation to a town article warrant of the October fall town meeting. There was some question related to how the monies were moved around or reduced in certain accounts. That's the issue. They were looking for more information.
Mr. Chair, is this audit money part of the money that was requested as an emergency for the additional audit services that were required earlier this year?
Andrew?
Mr. Chairman, no. And that, I believe, was a misconception. We'll clear up with the Finance Committee tomorrow evening. There was a residual amount left in the audit line for the fiscal year, which we are looking to move into the town planner's line that is separate from the amount that was requested for special project work that went forward relative to the audit of fiscal 2010.
So we over budgeted the audit by $28,000?
Mr. Chairman, I wouldn't characterize it that way. I would say that the audit for 2011, excuse me, fiscal 2010, work was completed in conjunction with a lot of upfront work for 2011, so that the extra dollars are in the line, in the legal services line, to be allocated to the town planner's salary line.
Any other questions? Yeah, any other questions? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
No.
No.
3, 2, 0.
Number 14, a Board of Appeals expense to the Planning Board, $4,000 for land use, wetland protections, and legal devices. Oh God, legal advice. Sounds like we were just talking about this. Favorable action. Make a motion for favorable action.
Motion made and second. Any questions?
Well, Mr. Chair, is this the expense of using an outside attorney?
Mr. Chairman, through you,
That's what
this
it
is the
sounds like.
portionment back of funds for legal planning, following the same process that we have had in place for other departments, except that there were additional dollars left over in the Board of Appeals expense line, at which time we would like to cover the funds needed for legal advice for land use and wetland protection in the sum of $4,028.
Mr. Chairman, through you to Mr. Andrews, just so I'm clear on this, this number has nothing to do with the number going forward for 2012.
That's correct.
And we hired town council when?
Back in March. Middle March.
So, and this is for fiscal year 2011.
11. That's
Okay.
correct.
I just want a clarification.
That's a good point. Excuse me, I didn't make that clear, Mr. Chairman. This is for closing fiscal 2011 and does not have direct bearing on any appropriation made for fiscal 2012.
And I asked that question because there seems to be a lot of confusion, both within the Finance Committee and the Board of Selectmen on some of those issues. And that's why I'm asking. That's why I asked for the clarification.
It's an excellent question.
Any other questions? No other questions? All in favor? All opposed?
No.
4-1-0.
Number 15, Selectman salary, transfer $199. I didn't know we get a salary. Hey, what's up with that?
Mr. Holmes, just note that there's a number of number 15s.
Just don't try cashing the check, Steve.
Okay, number 15. These are, there are several.
All tabled.
15A. I'm sorry?
They were all tabled by the Finance Committee.
Right. All these were tabled by the Finance Committee. Selectman salary, the 15A, I'll call it, just to get it right. $199.14 from Selectman salary to Selectman office supplies. Move favorable action.
Motion made. Second. Any questions? Any questions? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed?
No.
3, 2, 0.
15B. From legal services to Selectmen printing and mail, $14.04.
Was that a motion? Steve?
Oh, I'm sorry. Right. Move favorable action.
Motion made and second.
Tabled for $14.04.
Do we have money, Mr. Chairman, through you, I guess? We have extra money in legal services?
Mr. Chairman.
Looks like about 16 over the next few items. 16 or $17,000.
Mr. Chairman, yes, we do, and that was reported during the fiscal year. There's a memo in here from Janet Wilson that does outline what the items are paid for: WB Mason, Poland Springs, Pitney Bowes, and community newspapers, which was newspaper printing of budget items, of which is the last item, $2,416.36. So these are items that, once again, were over the selectman line. But by the way, because of the unfilled position in the selectman's office, sufficient funds are available there and also through legal services. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any other questions?
Mr. Chair, why did the FinCom table these items? Are they looking for more information, or?
Mr. Holmes or Mr. Snyder was at the meeting. They probably
I asked him that on the other end.
Mr. Chairman, I intend to present the memo that you have in your packet from Janet Wilson of our staff. So
But
they
their
can
votes don't really matter, so maybe we could just keep moving on.
Well, I mean, I just want
Their vote matters not, apparently.
question on the floor, Mr. Holmes.
I just want to say for the record that, you know, the Finance Committee is here to advise us. And
I agree.
if they tabled these, I'm guessing that they had a reason. Whether I agree with that reason or not is irrelevant. And we're going ahead and voting on all these. So what's the point of us having a Finance Committee if we're not going to let them advise us? I mean, just an hour ago, we said we had to take the advice from our attorneys because that's their expertise. The Finance Committee is supposed to be the, you know, the committee that knows our finances well to advise us.
I fully intend to outline the memo that Ms. Wilson put together to the Finance Committee tomorrow evening and answer any question. I don't know if Mr. Sullivan would like to add anything to this, but we have a packet of information that we're going to present to them. These are small numbers. Out of a $60 million budget, we're talking about making certain that we can be proactive, cover these items before the end of the fiscal year through the accounts payable process, which is the appropriate way to do it, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, through you to Mr. Andrews, I don't care if it's $14 out of a $60 million budget. It's 14 tax-paying dollars. And if someone works for minimum wage, they had to work almost 2 hours to earn it. And this board is supposed to be the ones who watches out for every single cent of that $60 million budget.
Mr. Chairman, if I could, and once again, with
Mr. Andrews, I think it's time for us to put it to a vote.
okay.
Any other questions from any other members of the board besides Mrs. Wisdom? If there are any, we're going to take a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
No.
4-1-0.
Number 15C, from legal services to the Selectmen advertising account, $821.20. Move favorable action.
Motion made.
Second.
Second by Mike. Any questions? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
No.
No.
3-2-0.
15D, from legal services to Selectmen's, advertising, $2,416. Move favorable action.
Second.
Motion made and second. Any questions?
Excuse me, Mr. Cruz, through you to Mr. Andrews. I see these memorandums that are attached to just about every single transfer item that you have here. So this is to pay the community newspaper. So it was budgeted to be printed in the Wareham Courier.
To publish through you, Mr. Chairman, to publish the budget in the community newspaper.
Right.
Right.
So this is the overrun that was in there.
That's correct.
That you need to balance it. I understand. Thank you.
Any other questions?
So this was the information the Finance Committee had asked you
That's correct.
for. Okay.
Memo.
So you provide. That's what all these are. Is what you're going to provide to the FinCom tomorrow.
That's correct.
Thank you. Or what, Thursday? Thank you.
Tomorrow evening.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions? Any other questions? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed?
2.
No.
No. Getting late. 15E. From legal services to selectmen expenses, 14,500.
Okay, let me see what that is.
Mr. Chairman, this item pertains to a number of unforeseen expenses. For instance, reviewing our right of first refusal on property that the board was asked to get an appraisal on. That was an expense in that line. Additional items included, centered around, once again, unforeseen costs related in the selectmen's budget. I would urge favorable review and vote.
I thought I just... No, I didn't. On 15E, I did.
Did you?
I said move favorable action, just like all the others.
Okay.
Steve?
Second.
Ellen?
Right. I know, I read it.
Motion made and second. Any questions? No questions. Take a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
No.
No.
Say that again. I need it.
320.
Now you have 3 16s.
Yes. 16A. From the Board of Health salary to the TA professional services, 2,000 dineros. $2,000. Move favorable action.
Made and second. Any questions?
Who's Sullivan and Lavin?
Mr. Sullivan is sitting before you, Mr. Chairman, through you to Member Winslow, who had done some work as an intern at Juncture during the fiscal year, and as well as Mr. Lavin, who was a intern working on projects in the health department, and once again should have been covered from the health department. The subordinating documentation is attached.
Any other questions? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? 500.
16B. From the Board of Health to the TA expense, $3,100. Move favorable action.
Motion made and second. Any questions? Any questions? All in favor? Aye. All opposed?
No.
No.
410.
320.
Oh, 32.
16C. Legal services. From legal service to the TA salary, $6,900. Move favorable action.
Motion made and second. Any questions?
Which one is it? The 16th? Yes. That's what I got.
Motion made and second. Any questions?
No.
All in favor? Aye. All opposed?
No.
320.
And then number 12-11, Finance Reserve Fund to the TA office supply, $6,774.93 for cell phone. Exceeded amount. Move favorable action.
Motion made.
Second.
Second by Mike. Any questions? All in favor? Aye. All opposed?
No.
320.
Motion to adjourn?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Before we adjourn, we have a meeting set up for Thursday night. Was this set up especially for this, or are we going to continue it because of the earlier meeting that we had on executive?
I'm sorry, Mr. Cruz.
We have a meeting set up for Thursday.
And we need to have that meeting on Thursday? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying because when we talked to the attorney, we're supposed to get the information.
Yes.
We're supposed to be getting the information back. from
That's an
them.
executive session.
Right. Well, it's a regular meeting, then we're going to go into executive.
Do we have enough time to post that meeting?
It's already been posted.
I understand.
I thought the meeting on Thursday was for the transfers.
We have a special meeting, we open a regular meeting, then we go into executive.
You know, I got a call this morning. They said we're having a meeting on Thursday night, maybe, for the transfers. We just did the transfers.
We have a meeting set up. Are we gonna have a meeting to do, we always,
Yes.
then, the last 3 hours, we've been saying we need to get things off the book, get it going. So if we have this meeting now, set up an inspector. Once we have an open meeting, we can call it.
Maybe. So you're saying just...
Yes.
Are we gonna have the meeting Thursday?
Yes.
We're not gonna sit here for 4 hours on Thursday, are we?
No.
I hope, because we need to get it.
I can't.
Didn't we just do the transfers?
No, no, no.
We're gonna go open the meeting, then we're gonna go into executive for the discussion we had earlier. Right, that's what we have to make sure we get it.
All right,
All in
well...
favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? So the meeting's off Thursday.
I have a question before we adjourn.
I think we just did.
No, we didn't.
No, wasn't.
What was that for?
Wasn't.
Jenny?
No, no, no. That was for a meeting on Thursday.
Oh, my God. And I would take that back and say, I would vote no.
You're taking it back. You
I'm
don't. You say no. Okay, you can take it back.
Because I was told it was for transfer.
My question is this, because I'm not sure of the legalities for all of this, but I just want to be sure that since contract 3 was tabled, I want to understand that the legalities are that we don't have to take that up and have a date certain to discuss it. That's my question.
We can bring it to the chair, council.
It's off the table, it's off the table.
So if a motion,
What?
I don't think it was off the table.
It was tabled
Table, right.
by
I
Mrs.
I
Winslow.
tabled it indefinitely.
It's off
so-
the table, so there's no discussion of it unless
No, I
it's on the
didn't.
table. What? She made a motion to table it. It's off the table. You can't talk about
So you have to make
Tabling it.
you have to make a motion to put it back on the table.
that's my question. So I'm wondering if there's a date certain that that has to be done. Or is it I was, maybe I misunderstood and thought it had to be the next time that we met. So so this is the time that we're meeting, that was after that. And I move that we take it off the table.
Second.
Now, for you to vote on it, we all voted to put it on the table? To make sure what the vote was? If we
It was
all did,
3-2-0.
If not, it's the prevailing vote that can change it.
To take it, not to take it off the table, sir.
If it's 3-2, then it would have to be the person who voted in favor, table to 3.
No, sir, I don't believe that's true.
It is, look it up.
That's for reconsideration, though, Mr. Cruz.
Change it on a motion previously made, the only way you can do it is if you take a vote and prevail it. Now, if all 5 of us voted on it, then we can all vote.
So I need to, I don't think that's I mean, I'd like to see it in Robert's rules then, sir.
I don't know what
Well,
the count was.
Miss,
Was it 3-2
can I?
or was it 5-0?
I don't know,
3-2.
but I had put a motion on the table when you said you wanted to discuss the Thursday issue. I'd made a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
But no one seconded it and we didn't vote on it.
That's what I thought we were voting on, to be honest with you.
You can either vote to
It wasn't
adjourn,
seconded.
Mr. Chairman,
you can vote to adjourn or you can vote to continue. All in favor to adjourn?
I have a motion on the floor and
A
it was
second.
seconded.
it was seconded.
Mike seconded to take it off the table.
Mm-hmm.
The motion to adjourn was never seconded.
Okay, to go back, once a motion to adjourn is made, it has precedence over everything. We continue talking, but she has the precedence.
It died on the floor for lack of a second.
That has precedence over everything. In other words, the only way we can do it is to vote against it.
Well, okay, I think it would seem like it would take a lot less time just to
I know.
do whatever you want and then just adjourn after that.
So,
So
but
whatever you do.
the vote was, if it was 3-2, the prevailing voters have to go ahead.
That's to reconsider a motion.
Right.
No, we're not reconsidering. We're merely taking it off the table, sir. This is not a reconsideration of the vote.
The matter
I'm not
hasn't-
questioning the vote. I'm saying it was voted to go on the table. I'm making a motion to take it off the table. It's not a reconsideration of a motion.
You voted to take it off, now you want to go reconsider to take it. You took it off, now you want to put it back.
No, sir, that's not what I said. Mm-hmm.
I believe what she's asking is, we voted to take it off the table. She's asking to put it back on the table tonight.
Right.
Or for a date certain.
For a vote, to rescind the earlier vote, she's just
I'm not asking to rescind the vote.
asking to put it back on the table.
No, 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 no. Now you've got me all confused. Here's my concern. This was my concern. When it was tabled, we have to take it off the table the next time we meet, which is right now. Right? Now,
I don't recall the exact words
I don't recall either.
Kara's motion. She said she tabled it indefinitely.
I did not hear that word indefinitely.
That is not whether you heard it. It matters whether that was the motion.
All right. Then I want to go on the record. I want to go on the record that we're not prevented from having future discussions. I'd like to have date certain that we're going to discuss contract 3.
Not from the audience, please. Well, someone needs to know. That's been going on for a lot of meetings, and it's time to silence it.
So I'd like to find out when we're going to discuss this at a date certain. Contract 3. I sent an here's my question, though. I want more information. I'd like a lot of people in the room for this information. So I would like to know if when we're going to discuss contract 3 with CDM, Guy Campina, somebody from the DEP, the Board of Health, see where we're going to go with this instead of, unfortunately, and we've heard this evening, when things are kind of put off, it doesn't make it better.
Okay.
Absolutely. So that's what I'd like to do, is discuss contract 3 with some of the people that can help us with this information. So it would be as I said, someone from the Board of Health, Guy Campina, DEP, the Board of Selectmen, CDM, and see where we're going from here. Great.
I have the Roberts rules. Oh, go ahead. You making a motion? I'm trying to steal it out from under you.
All I was going to do is suggest that we set up a workshop meeting in the next. I can't see the calendar from here. In the next 2 weeks, pick a date, get a hold of Guy Campini. He's real important.
Mm-hmm.
And let's set up a workshop. How can we do that? Invite all these people.
Mm-hmm.
We're not taking it off the table. We're not bringing it up for motion. We're going to have a workshop. We can do that.
I'd like to know what happens to the motion that I made and it was seconded.
What?
Motion made, motion second.
All right, we'll vote on the motion then.
I would like to have, Mr. Chairman, I would like to have clarification specifically as to what happens to the motion if it's not taken off the table.
I have it. I have Robert's rules right here.
That's the short version, right?
Well, it's past 11, so the Reader's Digest version will have to do right this second. So what it says is that lay on the table is out of order when used to kill or avoid dealing with a measure.
Mm-hmm. That's kind of what was done.
Well, no, that wasn't the intent of the motion. The intent of the motion was to look at other options that were more cost effective, and I stated that clearly prior to making the motion. What was that? to table contract 3. Yes. For the, I mean, I think I said indefinitely. Or something to, well, I don't know. I couldn't hear a word anybody said, so I'm not sure how everybody else heard. The presiding officer should ask, is it your intent to kill or dispose of the motion regarding the playground? That's the example used. If the answer is yes, the presiding officer states that motion is out of order. So you didn't I couldn't hear a thing in that auditorium, Steve. But it doesn't say anything about...
It should say
blank.
pretty much the next page when it needs to be discussed at the next meeting.
Well, no, it uses as an example, it uses table the motion to the next. Had the member moved to table the motion to the next meeting, the presiding officer would have realized that the member's intent was to use the motion to postpone and would have handled it accordingly. So I guess what I'm saying is that the contract, the issue of contract 3 isn't a dead issue or indefinitely postponed so that we never have to deal with it.
I guess my confusion is this. Who said that? I beg your pardon?
Are we going to continue?
Yes. Is if I made a motion to remove something, to take something off the table, and it was seconded, I really don't understand why it isn't proceeding. However,
Spend an hour talking about it, just take the vote.
that's it. All right, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, if I may.
I'm looking for clarification from the lawyer.
Ms.
You can go ahead and take it off when we get clarification.
Mr. Chairman, we also have bills, et cetera, that need to be discussed with respect to contract 3, so just taking it off the table will prevent us from doing that. I like Steve's idea of setting a date certain for a discussion on this issue. However, I think in order to have the discussion, it needs to be taken off the table.
Not if you're having a workshop.
Well, the motion's
You're
been
not
made.
planning on votes, you're not planning on, we're not going to move forward on contract 3 in the middle of a workshop. We're going to have an informational work session with Mr. Campini, Mr. Gifford, CDM. There's no votes, there's none of that. Maybe I'm using the wrong, a working meeting with, it's a public meeting, we'll post it, so people can come.
If the issue has been tabled, through you, Mr. Chairman, how can we discuss any money-related issues with respect to contract 3?
We wouldn't be acting as a body, we're having a meeting, an informational meeting.
No, Mr. Chair, I think what Mr. Schneider's question is about the money that we expended from contract 3, which, so, and that's a valid question. I don't think that we have to take contract 3 off the table to have CDM explain to us how that's going to work, but that money that came out of contract 3 was actually for contract 2, if I remember correctly. So, even though it's been divided up into 3 contracts, it's all the same pot of money, if you will. It's all the same loan. So that dollar is just going to end up being incorporated into part of the betterment.
Yeah, it's definitely, it's not, no, I don't think so because it's under any other sewer business, actually.
Is that what this is being brought up under? There was a motion to
Mhm.
adjourn. What was the vote?
Take it off the table.
Mhm.
All in favor of taking it off the table?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
No.
No.
2, 3. Now we have the motion.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Motion made, second. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
No.